Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Davey?
I'm here.
Councilmember Laredo?
He's here. He's unmuted.
Councilmember London?
Here.
Councilmember McCormick?
Here.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Here.
Councilmember Petros?
Here.
Councilmember Segurola?
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The first item, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Okay, I'd just like to start off. I want to remind everybody, I'm sure everybody here has heard, we've had some students at Mast Academy test positive for COVID. I know the department, I spoke to the Florida Department of Health's contact tracing people today. Look, if you're contacted, it's a sign that your student was in close contact with those who tested positive. You need to follow protocols. Protocols are quarantining for 14 days. If you take your kid to get a test and it comes back negative, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are negative for COVID. The disease may not test positive for up to 5 to 7 days. If your student played sports with one of the students who tested positive, that's considered a close contact, and you have to follow the protocols, which again, it involves quarantining. I want everybody to be aware of that. I'd like people to be more aware. I'm hoping that this is just a short-term thing. I'm hoping that we can get on top of it and we don't have it spread throughout the Mast Academy and through the rest of Key Biscayne. But let's be aware, let's pay attention. I know it's a hassle to have your kids, home and be quarantining them, but you're doing a service for your community. We really need to get on top of this. Facial coverings are critical. Social distancing critical. Washing the hands thoroughly and often. We really need to get on top of these things. So that's it on that. The census numbers, we still stink, frankly. We're at 27th out of 34 municipalities. We're at 55.8% response rate. Anybody who resides in Key Biscayne, please go to 2020census.gov and fill out a form. It helps us with federal and state dollars. The deadline, I believe right now, is October 31st. We need you guys to do whatever you can to make it happen. Those are my two spiels for the night. Who's next? I was looking at the camera. Councilmember McCormick, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit about the situation at Mast. I first want to relay the thoughts I heard from many parents, commending the parents of the students who self-identified. It's really, really important that we're all honest about positive diagnoses to prevent spread in the community. I also want to share that I spoke today with our school board representative, Mari Terry Rojas, and I heard from her how hard both the district and the school are working to try to work through this situation and put in place plans to help as the time goes on, as there's, presuming that there's more positive cases throughout the rest of the year. But I was also able to share with her a lot of the concerns I've heard from parents about possibly wanting to switch their modality of learning for their children at this point. And I heard that the school is still continuing to try to work through those requests, but that they are very cautious about not having people switch and switch back and switch back. And so think through your decision long and hard, but also just be prepared and be patient with the school. All of these things take time. Each request often necessitates almost full schedule changes. So we all have to be patient with each other. And like the mayor said, everyone in every situation on the island, please wear your mask, wash your hands, and social distance.
Okay. Anybody else with brief comments before we move on? Okay, let's move on.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a special presentation of a proclamation for Art Urian, manager of Bellbag State Park.
All right. Well, I would love to be able to take credit for this, but this is thoroughly the doing of Councilmember Petros. I appreciate her doing it. So Councilmember Petros, if you would take it away.
Okay, I first want to say I think all of us recognize the partnership that we've had with the state park and Art. I wanted to personally tell you that it was very heartwarming as we were dealing with this pandemic to know that you were working to help protect our village, even when state parks were moving in a different direction. And you advocated to close the park ahead of schedule and also to delay opening. And I know you were working with the mayor and with your authorities, and you obviously have influence because you were able to help us on both ends of that. And not only that, but through the years, I've lived here since 1993, and I have never seen the partnership that has formed between our village and the state park, and you as the manager have been instrumental in that. And so you're touching us in so many ways. This will only probably touch on some of the things, but I know we made you a beach ambassador a few years ago, but I felt it necessary and I thought it would be appropriate given the times that we're all fighting through right now to bring you back and to recognize that you've done much more than be a beach ambassador for our community. So Mayor Davies going to read a proclamation, and I speak for myself, thank you, and I think our whole community thanks you.
Art, you want to say something? Because I want to hear from you. No, he's muted. You see, it's not that easy here. No, you're not. No. Pete, can you help him?
Taking a look now, he's not muted, sir.
He's not muted. Is your microphone off?
Why don't we go ahead and read the proclamation?
That's a bummer. All right, well, I'm going to read it, but
we'll
I want to echo
speak.
everything Councilmember Petros said is spot on, and you've done an amazing job, and I really appreciate what you've done for us and how much you helped us through this pandemic, and just what you've done since you've been here. You've really made that park a special part of the key, and I really appreciate everything. So, proclamation from the office of the mayor. Whereas Art Urian started at the Billbags as the Billbags park manager in July 2015 after working 16 years as the park manager in the Homosassa Springs Wildlife State Park, followed by 2 years as the assistant bureau chief for the Southern District of the Department of Environmental Protection for Florida State Parks. And whereas Art Urian set goals upon arrival in Billbags State Park to not only upgrade the facilities and improve maintenance, but also enhance the link of the park to the Key Biscayne community. And whereas Art Urian has accomplished this goal through programming and new events, which are predominantly attended by our residents, including Halloween Haunted Hike, Kite Festival, Winter Party, and the Full Moon celebrations. And whereas Art Urian has demonstrated a stewardship for our island's natural environment by expanding and hosting programs that include mangrove cleanups and turtle nesting stewardships. These efforts resulted in recognition by the village as a beach ambassador in August 2018. And whereas Art Urian took a leadership role during the current pandemic to successfully advocate for an expedited closure and delayed reopening of Billbags State Park due to the negative impact outside visitors could have had on the residents of our community and the park rangers on his staff. He has continued to adopt the same safeguards for safety put in place by our village staff. This has had a direct impact on the safety of our community in a time of unprecedented need. And whereas Art Urian continues to offer new partnerships with the village through programs like a potential composting site for the village residents' use, revamped camping sites for the local scout groups, and donating meeting space for other Key Biscayne community groups. And now, therefore, I, Michael W. Davey, Mayor of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, do hereby issue this proclamation of gratitude for Art Urian for his exemplary leadership, as well as his generous and collaborative spirit that has and will continue to protect and enhance the lives of the Key Biscayne residents. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand an official seal of the Village of Key Biscayne this 13th day of October 2020. So Art, I thank you. And I really, you know, all of us appreciate everything you continue to do. It's been amazing. And I hope the residents really understand how special you have made the park and how great you were during the pandemic. So thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Councilmember Petros, for bringing this forward. Absolutely well-deserved.
I think just as a matter of procedure too, Art, just know that this proclamation will be at our clerk's office tomorrow morning, and you can coordinate either with her or stop by and pick it up at your convenience with a mask on.
Thank you, sir. All right, next.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, is agenda approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Okay. Vice Mayor Moss?
Yeah, I'm going to remove 11A5, update on the village website, because that's already in the manager's report. So we can remove that from discussion.
That's easy.
Reports and recommendations.
Okie doke. I like that. Anybody else? Councilmember Petros?
I would like to add a discussion item to set a date for a safe ribbon cutting of the park on Harbor Drive. And we can have a discussion about that. So I guess that'll be 10.
Well, it'll be 11. Let's leave it at 11 and we'll, yeah. But yes, you're right. It would be
Okay.
10, but item 11. Councilmember Laredo, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Commend the clerk for doing all these 6 minutes. It's been a particularly difficult week, some of us, and you all, I'm sure, and I just have literally not time to read them thoroughly, and I wonder if we can defer to the next meeting.
So you want to defer the approval of the minutes to the next meeting? Okay.
And I wonder if we can, or bring it up when it comes up, to defer the item on item 10 under 11A10. It's a very important policy issue. There are some, things that we would like to contribute. We should focus mostly today on, I think, our most pressing problem, village manager search. And yeah, I'm not so prepared to discuss that, and I do have some views on that. And I also, as a matter of fact, I think it's one of those things we ought to consider deferring to after the new council is elected, rather than do something at the end of one council and the moving of another one.
What item are we talking about?
It's the one about the so-called stability and rules.
Oh, okay.
It's item 10.
10, okay.
Well, I would like to have, there's no, it's not an action item. I'd like to have the discussion and see if we're having, my thought was maybe we'd have some action items for the next meeting. I'd like to leave that there if it's all right. If we get there, I understand. I thoroughly agree that the search for the manager should take precedence. But if we get there, let's get there. And if we don't, we don't. If that's all right.
Well, I would, if it's any way to move the manager's report on the manager thing.
Well, that was going to be my recommendation, I think, but you can make it. Let's move that. Let's move the village manager's item to before reports and recommendations after the resolution.
That would be fine. That would be fine.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? I'm sorry. Councilmember Petros again.
Okay, real quickly, if you guys agree, can we have all these minutes, assuming that we will read them, on the consent agenda instead of us approving each one item by one item? And then if there's any ones that people have a concern, they can pull them off, but the next meeting they could be on consent.
And then somebody could pull them. Yeah, I was going to recommend that we put them on consent if everybody had been okay with them, but yeah, I don't see a problem with that. And if somebody wants to pull them, they can pull them.
And with the extra time, hopefully if someone does have something that they see, they could contact the clerk in the interim.
Great.
maybe we get like a red line version or something.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'd also like to commend you, Jocelyn, because the minutes are very well done. I think you're doing an excellent job recording our meetings, so thank you.
Thank you,
Good
Councilor
job.
Petrus.
Jocelyn, I agree with them too. Thank you very much. They were done very well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Madam Manager?
If everyone's done, I'd like to add a report, a manager's report on our plans for Halloween this year.
Okay. That'll go under Village Manager's Report, Halloween.
Thank you, sir.
Did anybody else? Councilmember London, do you have something? I saw you making facial, okay. Councilmember Segarola?
Nothing.
Okay. All right, let's, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Let's go to public comments.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is public comments.
Correct. Okay, Pete?
Sir, nobody has signed up just yet. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you are watching us on channel 77 or on Uverse channel 99, if you look towards the bottom of your screen, you will see the phone number to call in public comments to council. That number is 305-365-7569. And then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. Once in the meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand.
Yeah, given the difficulties we've had technically, perhaps we can be a little flexible and maybe.
Well, yeah, that's right. I am not,
People.
but we have one caller with a hand up.
Yes, sir. It's phone number ending in 493. Caller, please press *6 now to unmute yourself and be heard. Again, phone number ending
Okay.
in, oh, there we go.
Hello?
That's right. Hello,
Hello? This
please
is
state your
Ceci
name and
Sanchez.
address. Okay, go ahead.
Ceci Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. 2 items. 1, I thank Brett Moss for highlighting the priority in the maintenance program. It is long overdue. We need to ensure that on every council meeting, the manager delivers a progress report on the maintenance program. Number 2, could the administration please work hand in hand with the village beautification group? We do not want to find out after the fact, like what is currently happening at our village entrance. We want to give and listen to ideas and reach the best results that fit our community. There is no reason for lack of communication. Our village entrance is extremely important to us, and we want to participate in its redesign. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can hear the meeting. I don't want that.
All right. Anybody else, Pete?
No one else at the moment, sir.
Okay. All right. Yeah, taking what Councilmember Laredo said, we'll be a little more flexible. We're going to have to be flexible while we're on Zoom because sometimes people have a difficult time. Let's move on to the next item.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, confirming emergency expenditures relating to the novel coronavirus COVID-19, providing for ratification and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second. Nope.
It was close, Jocelyn. You're going to have to go back to the tape and figure out who did that one.
I
Give it to Luis.
How about it?
All right. Madam
Yeah, before
Manager?
we go to the next item, just, I'm not proposing anything. Have you thought, and I know probably you don't have an answer about when it would be prudent to get hybrid meetings, or I don't have any position. It's in your head.
Well, we could have actually, that could be a discussion item. I'm not, again, frankly, with what's going on with Mass Academy just recently, I'm still a little hesitant to pull the trigger on
Okay.
hybrid meetings. I'm not against them, but I think we may have to make a decision. Chad, if you could weigh in.
I think that it's appropriate to have it on the 27th, that discussion, because.
Yeah, let's have that discussion. That's right. We have one more meeting before the end of the month.
Because
we'll put that on the agenda.
The November 1st deadline for virtual meetings will end at that point,
Right.
So we can plan at that point, if that's okay.
Perfect.
Right, but we can extend that on our own, correct? As you explained to me.
No, we're not going to be able,
Well,
we'd have to have a hybrid meeting. We'd have to have at least 4 of us in the chambers.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think that we should have, a
In-depth
discussion.
conversation.
Yes,
Sorry.
because
Let's do that. Okay, all right, let's move on.
there are some cities taking.
That's
the
okay.
risk.
We'll do it next time. Sorry.
Okay.
We have another public.
Madam
Yeah, no.
Manager.
Yes, so good evening, Mayor, Council residents, everybody who's here with us tonight. Couple highlights since our last report, to reiterate that, the opening remarks, COVID is still very real and we need to take it seriously. Some of the actions that the village has taken and continues to take, we are continuing to collaborate with the foundation on a fee for testing protocol. We're doing the testing here out of the community center gym. So please continue to utilize that service. We have also shifted our PIO, Public Information Officer, responsibilities to Deputy Fire Chief Osario. He's very, very well versed and experienced, both through USAR deployments and through his long tenure with the village on these communications. In the past few days, schools have opened. We have been asked to pick up our cadence with the COVID communications. So we hear you and we will continue to do that. The community center swimming pool opened back up on the 19th by appointment only, with certain guidance in place to keep us safe. That seems to be working well. And yesterday we opened our gym back up also by appointment only. So those were some of the things that we wanted to make you aware of. There's one emergency order that I need to still execute that extends the outdoor dining for restaurants through November 1st. So restaurants, please continue to utilize that space, and hopefully that'll help with your recovery. With regard to expenditures, basically we've really only had part-time employees who have been assigned to COVID responsibilities. They're not being paid in an overtime rate, but at their regular rate. We do anticipate full reimbursement, and the total since our last meeting in expenditures is about 14,000 emergency purchases, which is PPE, protective gear. And then the part-timers working on screening of employees, the park rangers, bathroom attendants, these kind of services is about 27,000. And we are happy to take any questions.
Quick question on the extension of the time for the restaurants. I don't know, maybe this is for you, maybe this is for Chad. Is there a cutoff at which, has there been a date set by the county or the state at which we have to start bringing them back in? I mean, given that I think we're still going to see spikes, and I want to make sure that we're not, do we have to petition, I guess, to the county for a further extension on outdoor dining?
No, outdoor dining is totally within our discretion.
Okay,
what we
fine,
want to do.
and that's it.
The only issue that's regulated is the minimum capacity requirements put on by the state.
Understood.
And then what the county has done.
Okay, perfect. That's all I needed. Did anybody else have any questions for the manager? Councilmember McCormick and then Councilmember Petros.
I'm not sure if this is specific to the manager or a conversation for all of us, but I think that this idea of the outdoor dining, I'd like to see if it's possible for us to extend it much longer. I mean, this pandemic hasn't gone away, but what the new thing that has actually changed is our weather has gotten so much nicer, and I'm convinced it's going to stay this way and stay cooler. And I think people really enjoy being outside, and we all know it is significantly more healthy. I have not heard a single complaint actually about the loss of the parking. And if maybe I'm alone in that. And if someone else has heard that that's a problem, I'd love to hear about it. But it strikes me that the trade-off of giving the increased seating and the option of outdoor dining is really a plus for the whole community, for the restaurants themselves, but also for people to be able to feel safer about being out and then able to get out and see other people in a safe way. And I think we just had mental health. This stuff is really, really important. So if you guys want to share your thoughts on that.
Councilmember Petros?
Allison, however, so there's no however. The point I just wanted to ask for the manager, if you could make sure as you start to report on COVID again, that you start recording the numbers of positive tests. Because I think given what's happening at MAST and as things open up, everybody's going to start looking at that again. And if there's a way to report it that shows not just a timeline of total since the beginning, total positives since the beginning, but new ones within the week or whatever it is, so that they can follow that now. As that total numbers, I think, doesn't have much weight anymore, but new positives definitely do.
Yes, we can work on something that really gives a more real-time indication of how we're doing.
Thank you.
Are we getting better numbers from FDOH now on us? Are we getting more? Because it was, in the beginning, it was a little bit, the numbers were a little loosey-goosey. Are we getting better numbers than we were, or is this pretty much the same stuff? I mean, it's difficult, I know, because it's reporting really over the bridge about Key Biscayne numbers, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, so there's still some discrepancy between the report that goes out and the dashboard. It's pretty consistent though. So we've been reporting the higher numbers to be more cautious. But that's something we can look at when we pick back up the cadence to try to give the most accurate depiction to our residents.
Okay, great. Does anybody have any more questions for the manager? All right, let's move this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we have two speakers who've raised their hands, so I'd like to get them while we can.
Pete, could you make an announcement again too for everyone who's watching, so that between the delay and trying to get in, maybe we'll have more people by the time these two are done?
Yes, ma'am. All right, for those ladies and gentlemen that are watching at home, if you wish to address the council, please dial the phone number 305-365-7569. Then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. For those of you that are currently in the meeting and wish to speak, please dial *9 to raise your hand in our systems. And if I can have the first caller with the phone number ending in 130. Caller, please dial *6 on your telephone to unmute yourself. Caller, you are live.
Hi, this is Steve Simon.
And Diane Simon, 335 Harbor Lane.
Diane on because she will cede her time to me if my comments exceed 3 minutes. I want to share my views on what is about to become Key Biscayne's 6th village manager search process in our nearly 30-year history as a village. For our first village manager search that began in the fall of 1991, I was the chair of that village manager search committee. We designed and implemented a process that drew national attention. And it wasn't just because we had 131 applicants from across the country. In fact, it was the process itself that drew the attention of the president of the International City County Management Association, better known as the ICMA, in 1992, who asked me to write a journal article about the model we used for our search process. Don't try to find that article on the internet or at your local library. I never did find the time to sit down and write that story. I'm sharing this history with you not because I am suggesting that we go back and duplicate that process. Instead, as someone who has also observed how the village's more recent searches have unfolded as they related to process and not as comments on the candidates selected, I want to share what I hope are lessons learned. Those lessons, as I hope they will apply to your actions tonight and in the coming months, are the following. You have paperwork in the agenda package, and we will hear sales pitches from 8 search firms tonight. I'm glad that 8 firms made submissions. In fact, after watching your September 29th meeting, wherein you asked for submissions from recruitment firms, I heard you, and I contacted several current and retired city managers, including the Florida branch of the ICMA, the FCCMA, and the Florida League of Cities, letting them know the village wanted to hear from recruitment firms. Before we kicked off our search in 1991, the most crucial initial step was settling upon the process. Your search for the right search firm is your most crucial initial step, because in 2020, your search for the right search firm is just as important as the chosen firm's search will be for who will become our next village manager. Evaluation criteria and a scoring system should be developed and applied across the board to at least narrow down and possibly even rank these firms. For example, does the recruiter do primarily or exclusively public or private sector executive searches? What makes their process either unique or the best fit for Key Biscayne? Who are they proposing will be on their search firm's search team? And there should be other criteria used to score them in an apples to apples way. I would submit that, at least tonight, you don't have enough information before you to even consider pricing as one of those factors. While I think you could eliminate up to 3 firms tonight and be left with 5 based upon certain criteria, you as a council need to agree on the criteria in order to do so. Most important, in the midst of a charged campaign season, the final selection of the firm should include whomever will be sitting up there as a member of the council. If you don't get equal participation and buy-in from the get-go from the next council, I predict you will compromise the entire search process. So come back to the first meeting of the next council after developing the evaluation criteria. The final scoring must await the seating of the next council. What to do in the meantime? First, let the community know that in order to perform a robust search for this most important position and to be inclusive of all the elected officials who will be part of that decision will take time. That means there will be a gap between when the current village manager leaves and the new village manager comes on board. That is why tonight I ask you to consider accepting what the current manager submitted in writing and listen to what she told the public on September 29. Her preference is to move on sooner rather than later. The next step is easy. Tonight, appoint a temporary, not an interim, but a temporary village manager from within the village, a department head or chief. This doesn't have to be contentious if you agree to pursue and follow through with the next step. Bring in an interim village manager who has a public sector background, who will implement your recently passed budget and who under no circumstances will apply for nor accept the permanent position. This restriction is critical. Without it, you will limit both the quality and the quantity of the potential applicant pool. However you deal with this transition period of when exactly Andrea will depart, plan on having an interim manager in place in November, a search firm selected not by this, but by the next council, ideally at their first meeting, and by the time a contract with that firm is signed, expect that December will be upon us. As it does every year, the holiday season will interfere with any meaningful progress. So plan on kicking off a robust search on January 1st of 2021. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. And the next caller?
Sir, I believe the person decided not to speak.
Okay.
We have no other callers.
Okay. Let's go back to our regularly scheduled agenda.
Okay. The next item, Mr. Mayor, is reports and recommendations, the village manager's report. Village manager recruitment update.
Madam Manager, you're recognized.
Sure. Good. Thank you, Mayor. So after I submitted my resignation, the council convenes a special meeting on the 29th of September to discuss the council response and next steps. I was directed to obtain quotes from search firms to facilitate the recruitment. I have tried to keep the council informed both verbally and through emails on what progress we have made. Attached in this agenda packet are the proposals from firms that I have received. Staff has not evaluated, assessed the proposals in any form. We are simply passing them forward to you to discuss the process and next steps. We have a representative from each of the firms here available to you should you wish to ask any questions. And I'm happy to answer any questions I can. And I think the floor is yours, sir.
Okay. I think what Dr. Simon spoke about, I think there's a couple of, probably more than a couple of valid points, but there's certainly things I agree with. I think the most important thing that we can do is make sure that our search process is the right search process, because we have to establish what we're looking for in a firm before we move forward. We've got a lot of, these seem like really good. I know some of these people. We need to establish how do we want to proceed. The last meeting we were saying, Andrea will stay 90 days and we'll make a decision within that time. And I'm frankly concerned because I don't want us to limit ourselves to say, we have to make a decision in 90 days. I don't think that's the right way to go about this. This is the most important decision we make. Number one, and so I feel like we need to take the right amount of time to figure out what is our search process? How do we want to go out? I know there's a lot of different ideas. I think it was Ed last time he wants to focus on C-level people that may not have municipal experience. And so we need to talk about that. But we also need to have these people be able to evaluate people as they bring them back to us. I've been involved in the last 3 searches. And this is... I was involved in 2 and I watched the 3rd. And I think we keep seeming to make the same errors, frankly. And again, this isn't about the choices we've made. I think the people we've made have been good and solid candidates and solid people and credentials and everything else. But we keep seeming to miss what the community wants. And I want us to make sure that we're getting full community buy-in, that we're doing the right thing, and that these people are... the next person we bring in is the absolute right person. And we've done everything we can to go out and not just bring in resumes, but actually go out and find that person if that's what it takes, because I think that is what it's going to take to find the right person. Councilmember London, I know you had your hand raised. Go ahead.
Well, Mike, basically, yes, as you said, I would like to consider not just people who've had governmental experience, but people in the private sector, people who can take command, control, and move forward and not be burdened with preconceived notions of what you have to do to run it like a government, but rather to run an efficient government with a minimum amount of waste, providing first-class services to our residents. I also think that basically we should listen to the people today who are going to make their presentations. And I have one question for all of them. Why should I select you? What do you bring to the table? How are you going to proceed? This is going to be different than putting an ad in the various papers, the various journals, the various associations of managers to bring us the best manager. As far as you're talking about buy-in from the community, I don't know where you're coming from. The manager's not buying into the community. The manager's supposed to manage. We're the board of directors. We tell them what we want. We tell the manager what we want. The manager carries it out. So I don't understand the buy-in with the community. We're not going to get 13,000 people to say, this is what we want from the manager. So I disagree with you completely on that. And I think that and as far as pushing and listening to Steve, and he called me today, I'm sure he called all of you. As far as the timeline goes, we're great at procrastinating and getting nothing done. So as far as I'm concerned, we should move forward ASAP till we get the best manager or best candidate, at least we think is the best candidate to become our manager. And I would say move forward. Tonight we can listen to all the people. If we like what they have to say, we can make a decision. We can take it under advisement, come back another meeting and do it, or ask for further information from those firms that make presentations that we think have something to offer us more so than the other firms. So without a lot of wasted time, I think we should start asking all the people, make their presentations. One question, why should we hire you? Period. Everything else is secondary.
Councilmember Segarola, you're recognized, then Councilmember McCormick, then Councilmember Laredo.
I too also had a pretty good discussion with Dr. Simon today. I agree with him on a lot of his opinions on how, on what we should be doing in order to get a new manager. However, I disagree, once again, on the issue of getting an interim manager and then a temporary manager and this and that. I think it is precisely because this should not be rushed that we shouldn't start playing musical chairs with different people within the administration. We have Andrea for 90 days. I know she would love to leave sooner, and I would love to facilitate that, but that's a lot of time. I think that's not a decision that should be rushed, especially before the election. As Ed said, let's hear the presentations, let's ask our questions, we can take it under advisement, and by the next meeting, we can pick a firm, and then we basically still have 2 months while Andrea's here to conduct the search. If we're not done, and then we'll jump off that bridge when we get to it, and we could deal with an interim manager down the road. But we shouldn't start moving all those things around right now, causing confusion and chaos before the election, at the end of the year, coronavirus, virtual meetings. We don't need that kind of stuff going on right now. So I agree mostly with what Ed just said. That's it.
Councilmember McCormick?
Okay, so I very much disagree with almost everything Councilmember London said. Sorry, Ed. I liked a lot of what Mr. Simon said, and having just been through this, I do agree with everyone who said that this takes time to get it right. I said in our last meeting, I am absolutely all for an interim. And I think maybe we should break this into steps and see if there's an appetite for that. But for me tonight, what I'm prepared to do is to listen to introductions, presentations, whatever these firms have prepared for us. I think we do need to establish a ranking system for how we would like to select it. And I think the selection committee should be council. This is a major decision and it shouldn't be done by someone else. It should be us. I would suggest that we each create our own, as we did with the clerk, our own evaluation criteria, what we think is necessary in a firm. And also at the same time, we should be doing it about what we're looking for in a manager. We can share it via email. We could do it through the clerk. We could do it through Chad, as we did when we were looking for a clerk. But that's where I am tonight. And I would also agree with Dr. Simon that I think this is a decision that, given the fact it's only a matter of weeks, I think we should wait for the next council to hire this firm. I really think that you want as much buy-in and cooperation as you can possibly get. Obviously, I hope I'll still be here, but I think whether it's me or someone else, it's what's best for the village.
Thank you. Councilmember Laredo, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. I agree, just so that we all sort of know where our lines are, and so the proponents who are listening. One is, I agree with Ed that I think we should not preclude somebody from the private sector. And there are plenty of people actually who have private sector and public sector experience. We are at a crossroads in our history, including the fact that either through the proposed bond issue, which of course I oppose, or those monies that we have to do, we are moving into an area of actually doing things. And so I'm looking for a profile, a person who is a doer, not manager by theory, or I'd call managers by PowerPoints. That inclines me towards some sort of person with an engineering background or somebody in the private sector. I am strongly against an interim. That would be just like I try to propose not having this other referendum. These are very difficult times. Everybody is all confused in every level, and this would only throw one more uncertainty. And I see absolutely no rush. This is the single most important decision by law, i.e. our charter, that we have to make. We skip over into micromanaging, myself including, but at the end of the day, our main duty as charter is to pick this person, and it's not just another selection. So that is sort of the parameters And I only have a question technically for the presenters and any one of you who has a point, because I was surprised, pleasantly surprised, the number of qualified people who have informally already approached several of us, maybe you and myself and others who have experience and knowledge of the area and all of that stuff. If those people apply, does that go towards their fee? Because I'm going to look at the fee of the
fair question.
Because that, you know, if we are actually by our own contacts generating very good professionals, I want to make sure they understand that I'm going to look at that as a...
Okay. Councilmember Petros or Councilmember Vice Mayor Moss, did you want to say anything? I think we'll have the presentations, but did you all want to say anything before we started?
I agree with Councilmember London that when the presentations, I just really want to know what differentiates each of the firm, because it gets very difficult when you're reading this and it seems like everybody does very similar things.
Yeah.
You know, also, I think we need to move forward. I agree with that, but we need to take our time. We need to hire the right person. I don't know if we ever excluded people from the private sector. I'm not sure if that was done last time or not, but you know, people in the private sector are fine with me as well. I mean, we're looking for somebody who can manage well. Trying to think of some of the other points that came up. Interim, you know, we can have that discussion. Again, I was looking at mostly on a financial standpoint that it could be saved a lot of money with an interim, and Andrea wanted to leave. And I think, you know, from my experience that we're probably not going to have somebody hired, I hope, but we may not have somebody hired anyway. So we're going to need somebody to fill at some point. So there could be some savings, but again, you know, I also see the value of having Andrea stay. I mean, she's, you know, we're still talking a lot about a lot of the issues that are moving forward. So I'm kind of either way on that side as well. But I think that's it for my 2 cents.
Councilmember Petros.
To add, I would concur that I think Andrea I spoke to her today about a long list of things that she's looking to accomplish before she leaves. And we've had a few communication things come out in the last couple of weeks that still need some fine tuning and onboarding. And given that she's been around for a lot of the beginning of these things and we have new employees starting, I think there is value to keeping her in position for the duration of her contract, or if something changes, we should pivot. I do think that you as a group, because I won't be here, but the group should be analyzing who would be put in place when her time is up and whether or not that's an interim within the organization or you're going to contract outside of the organization. That's a question you should answer. Tonight, after the presentations by the people that are interested in being hired as a search firm, it would be smart, I think, for us to have a discussion on what parameters we as a group think the search firm should have, so that when we go back, and if we agree by and large on what we're looking for in a search firm, we can use these 2 weeks to speak to each of the individuals on our own. And it may help you to make a decision on the search firm if it is a clear and obvious choice, because if you wait and then new people are elected and they're trying to get up to speed on just being a council member and you're waiting for them to feel comfortable making a search committee decision, as opposed to the manager decision, I don't know if you're going to gain as much as you think. So I think if there's consensus among us on what we're looking for in a firm, that decision could be made and could help in timing things and moving them along. That's it.
All right, thank you. Madam Manager, did you want to introduce the firms? Are we going to do them the way you have them lined up in the agenda?
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. We tried to put everybody in alphabetical order, shy of one firm, the Berkeley group. So everybody is here. There are some representatives, there's some designees for some of the firms that were sort of double booked. So I can help you, Mayor, as we go through. But I think if we follow along the index as we've laid out in the manager's report.
Great, let's go.
Madam Manager, or Mayor, I'm sorry. I don't want to be exposed to the time limits that we all have in our lives to just have them go through the stuff we already have, like PowerPoint presentations. I think.
Well, I think it's valid. Councilmember, you had a question, and Councilmember London had a question. I mean, what are you going to do for it? Why
That
should
would
we
be
choose
better.
you?
Right.
What do you bring to the table that's different? Is
Right,
that a
and
fair question?
we have this stuff and we have read it, not entirely, I
Correct.
want to read it several times. So let's don't do the, pick up a presentation of putting up the slides of stuff we already had. With all
Right,
due
and
respect.
I think I'd like to keep everybody to, no more than 5 minutes if we can do it. I don't think they need, you make your point in 5 minutes or you lose the audience.
Mike,
Yes, sir.
can we all agree that what we want to know is why we should hire them? And
That's what I just said.
Let their presentation be what differentiates them from the pack and why we should hire them based on what they have to offer. And that should really encompass, I think, what Luis is saying, so we don't go through PowerPoints and all the other stuff.
100%.
Good point. Everybody agreement? We can limit ourselves to that.
Let's go.
Mayor, if I may, I would suggest 2-3 minutes max and Q&A. I think they're all very, very able to do it. And you don't need
Perfect. Why don't we go through all the presentations and then have a Q&A? So let's keep track of your questions for each one. Does that work? I think that's better than going and trying to question, because we're going to get exhausted and the poor people at the end are going to be, we're not going to ask them anything. Okay. So let's ask our questions at the end, write them down and save them if that's all right.
Fine. Sounds good.
Okay. So let's go. Charles Harris. Who would that be?
That is myself, Sarah Becker, and Connor Mark.
Okay. And
Hi,
Connor
good
Marr.
evening, all. My name is Connor Marr. Hey, Mayor, how you doing? My name is Connor Marr, and I'm an associate recruiter with Charles Harris, but more importantly, I'm a third-generation Key Rat. So my family has lived on the Key since my grandparents, Tom Mullen and Margaret Carter, arrived here over in 1953. They bought an A-frame Mackle on West McIntyre, and we've been here since. So, when I read the Islander article regarding the new village manager search, I immediately reached out to Sarah Becker, senior leader at our firm, to see how we might be of assistance. So she's joined us this evening, and I'm happy to turn it over to her to share a little bit more about our firm and our expertise.
Thank you, Connor. I appreciate the opportunity to share more about Charles Harris. For those that don't know us, we are a national retained executive search firm. I think we're a little bit different than the other firms that you're speaking with in the sense that we are not a firm that specializes in municipality or public sector searches. However, we have been in business 51 going on 52 years. We operate across a variety of industry and functional subsectors, and we place leaders at all levels of organizations with a specialty in C-suite and senior level roles. As a vice president here, I lead one of our practices. When Connor reached out to me, I was transparent about the fact that we don't have a specific specialty in this space. However, we do have a specialty in attracting, qualifying, and hiring executives across a number of these subsegments. What sets us apart is our ability to develop and execute a search strategy unique to your needs. While we don't have a database of managers that we've previously spoken with, and candidly, we don't in our other industry subsectors either, we do have a stellar research team that upon a very brief search, identified over 80 village managers in Florida alone that we could target, assuming that's what you want to identify. Candidly, we think it's probably a bigger conversation than that. And what we will do is work with you to define exactly what it is that you're looking for and go out and find those individuals, just like we found the individuals to target in the village manager roles. If engaged, you will have a dedicated search team, including myself, somebody like Connor as a research associate, and as an associate and a research manager. We're going to partner with you to build that strategy. We're going to identify typically somewhere between 125 individuals who appear to fit the bill and be what you're looking for, and then get on the phone and speak with every single one of those individuals, or as many as it takes to find the perfect fit for your organization. As I shared with Andrea in our initial introduction, we have a very specific 14-step process that is in the presentation that we shared with you. Can certainly go through that as appropriate, but what you really need to know is that we reduced this group of 100 and 125 individuals down to 3 to 5 top candidates that we review with your team, saving you time, energy, and money interviewing the wrong candidates. We track our search metrics, and this process results in an interview to hire ratio of 3.18 to 1 for our clients. We do understand that time is of the essence. Our standard search process is 10 to 12 weeks, but candidly, it is whatever it takes to get the job done. We have a shared risk approach, and we carry the bulk of that risk and ensure that we keep our foot on the pedal until we find the right individual with you. Last but not least, I do think we have a secret weapon in relation to this search, as Connor's family legacy in Key Biscayne and his passion for your community will ensure we have a personal tie to the success of the search. I realize I've just scratched the surface and I'm sure there are many questions, and happy to answer those questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much. Colin Benzinger.
Mayor.
Yes,
Mayor,
sir.
just a quick question. I know you don't want to get involved. I wasn't sure I understood her fee. There was, I mean, I know it's based on some formula.
Can we hold that though?
Okay.
I mean, yeah, let's just hold all questions. Otherwise I can feel this sliding into anarchy.
Okay, Colin Benziger and Associates. And I'm very happy to be here. We've worked with Key Biscayne in the past, and really the key is, as has been said, is finding the person who's the right fit. That's something we specialize in. We are a firm that specializes in local government recruiting. All of our work has been city, county, special district managers. I started the firm 22 years ago from scratch. In the last 17 years, we've done more city and county manager searches in the state of Florida than all the other recruiting firms combined. When you consider cities and counties that have actually hired search firms. Our specialty, what sets us apart, is we do a great job of finding out what the community is looking for. We do a great job of producing a brochure. We do an outstanding job of vetting the candidates, and you can see the evidence of that in our proposal, our appendices. We are very, very customer service oriented. So we work closely with you, each of the council members. You'll have my cell phone. You're free to call me at any time. I'll be your project manager. And the candidates, we treat the candidates the same way. What we've discovered over the years is that many of the candidates are left in the dark by recruiting firms. We keep everybody informed. Our results are impeccable. For example, 2 of our placements, and they're no longer with the client that we placed them, but one of them is Brian Hill, who's now the manager in Fairfax County, Virginia. Population's over a couple million, and TC Broadnax, who's in city of Dallas right now. We have an extraordinary talent for finding the right people. And I agree with one of the comments that one of the council members made earlier. The ideal candidate is probably somebody who has both public and private sector experience. You kind of need to know what you're getting into, ideally. Now, that's not to say that there aren't C-level people, C-suite level people out there that can make the transition, but ideally we'll find somebody who's already done it. And one of our placements is Dick Anderson up in Fulton County, Georgia. Came from Bell South. So indirectly, he had a couple stops after that. But what we do is we produce the best candidates. We do so quickly. We do so efficiently. It's a turnkey search, and our customer service is unparalleled. We've never exceeded our quoted fee or asked for any more money. We've never missed a major project milestone, and we hope to work with you. So that's us in a nutshell.
Thank you, sir. Connie Hoffman.
Can you see me and hear me?
I can hear you. I cannot see you.
I was on earlier and it knocked me off because it said something about an invitation. Co-host, okay, start my video. There I am.
There we go.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Connie Hoffman. I have 25 years experience in management in local government, 15 years of those as a city manager, 10 years in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I ended my municipal career in a much smaller city, which I really enjoyed, the city of Lauderdale by the Sea. Between those 2 jobs, though, I had 20 years of experience in the private sector. I worked for 5 years at Alamo Rent-A-Car's corporate headquarters as the vice president of HR. When I was there, I handled executive recruitment. I set up their first executive level management training system. And I created a system of selecting their, what they called their city managers, which are the people that actually run the rental stations. And we developed a series of skill tests so that we knew that the person walking into that job had the skills required, the personality, and the knowledge to do the job. I actually owned a retail store for 5 years. And then for 10 years, I had my own consulting firm where I served mostly nonprofits and local governments. I often served during that period of time as interim executive. When a place had issues and they wanted to let go their chief executive or their manager, their assistant city manager, I would come in and perform that job. And then I always handled the recruitment for the permanent replacement in that position. I think that my experience in the private sector made me a better city manager when I came back after 20 years away from the business. I was much less bureaucratic. I understood what business people go through. I understand how frustrating it is to be a resident and face the bureaucracy that exists in any government. So while I would say that I think it's helpful that a city or village manager have private sector experience, I've also seen cases where someone that just has private sector experience is like a bull in a china shop in government because they don't understand all the restraints that are placed upon you. I think you as council members learned that. When you first come in, you think you can accomplish anything and quickly, and then you realize that there's this intransigent set of rules and regulations to protect the public and people that have been in their jobs a long time. So I'm raising this because I think my personal experience makes me particularly well suited to help municipalities select a new manager. What else is different about me? Well, I have applied for city manager jobs. I have hired recruiters to select people in department head positions in municipalities. And my experience has been on both of those sides that sometimes people talk a great game, but the process is superficial. I think what you will find with me, and you can talk to some of the cities that I've done manager recruitments for, is you will get more information about your candidates than perhaps you want to read. I do really in-depth interviews. I don't do the superficial interviews. I really delve into what they've actually done, not what they theoretically would do in a certain situation, because the best predictor of future behavior is what people have done in the past. That's one aspect. Another aspect, and I do this more in department heads recruitments, lots of times councils don't want to do it to hire the village manager or the city manager, but I do skill assessments, actually put them through assessments where they are put in the position that's similar to the issues they might face on the job. And I have 25 years of evaluating managerial behavior, and I can rank that and score that behavior. For example, I've set them up in a group meeting with their theoretical department heads, and I give them 3 problems to solve. And then I observe how they handle that and how they interact with the department heads. Do they draw the information out? Do they just have an agenda? Do they just squash it? I do an in-basket evaluation that tests general managerial skills. And I usually do an evaluation of them sitting with an employee who needs either to be disciplined or needs to be coached to improve their performance. And those kinds of settings tell me so much about what this person can actually do. A lot of people in the business talk a good game and they look the part, they look like managers. But what you really want to know is, do they have the skills to do the job? And the final thing I would say that's critical to the selection of a village manager is for me to understand what are the minefields that manager is going to run into when they start that job. What are the critical things they're going to have to deal with, whether they're staff issues, whether they're your issues with sea level rise and stormwater improvements. It's the politics of a town. I try and understand that clearly so that when I'm getting down to the finalists, I can talk to them candidly about the situation and are they up for that? But I can also in my interviewing, ask them questions about situations that are similar to what they're going to face in your city, in your village. So I get a better sense of whether they are qualified. The thing that I find most frustrating about recruitments is that the council members do not spend enough time with the candidates, the finalists. You know, generally they have a 45-minute one-on-one interview, and then there's something in front of the council where the candidates make a 5-minute presentation, and then boom, you select somebody. To me, that's the biggest downside of recruiting for a city manager. And I would hope that you guys seem to have a lot of different opinions, that we can come up with a way to spend the amount of time that you each need with this candidate. And in advance, I will give you all the information that I have about what their strengths and weaknesses are and where they're going to be good and where you're going to need to watch them so that you make a fully informed decision. So that's my spiel.
Thank you very much. The Mercer Group. Sorry, you're still muted. Oh, there you go. You're on now.
Thank you for allowing me to meet with you. The Mercer Group has been in operation for over 30 years. Mercer Group Florida has been in operation for 10 years. Mercer Group has 13 offices in 13 different states. So not only do we have our office here in Florida, but we call on all of our other consultants to see if they have any candidates that might fit your needs as well. I will personally visit with each one of you to determine your needs, as we did when we did the search for Andrea 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. So we know your city. We have a 7-step approach. We're going to do the position analysis, meeting with each of you, finding out what you want in a city manager. What does the community want in a city manager? Our recruitment process will cast a wide net, as everyone else will, for 30 days. I will personally review every single resume that comes across our desk. We will fine-tune those to make sure that each one that we present to you will meet your minimum requirements. And we will present you with 6 to 8 recommendations of semifinalists for further consideration. From there, you will determine 3 or 4 that you wish to bring to the village for interviews, for town hall meetings, and then to make your final decision. We want to know the challenges and the opportunities that are presented in Key Biscayne so that we can search for those candidates that are up for those opportunities and challenges. Failure's not an option. And we would love to do the Village of Key Biscayne search for your next village manager again. Thank you.
Thank you. S. Renee Narlock and Associates.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Mayor, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm Renee Narlock. I'm Narlock and Associates, and we are certainly interested in assisting you with the next village manager search. I personally have been in public sector recruitment since, it's been a long time, early 90s, 25 plus years. I am a native of Florida. My home office is in Tallahassee, and we have some satellite offices in other states. We do searches nationwide. We're not just Florida, but of course, Florida is important to me. And we are certainly interested in helping you with the village manager search. I was trying to think of the last search that I did in your region, and it was probably Miami Beach. I did that search not too many years ago, and then I did it even prior to that when George Gonzalez was brought in as their city manager. I have done quite a few searches in South Florida. I've done a lot of work. I placed the Fort Lauderdale city manager several years back, Lee Feldman. I've done work in Palm Beach. I did the town of Palm Beach manager, Peter Elwell. I actually brought him back to the town of Palm Beach. So I've done a lot of work in the region, a lot of work in South Florida, a lot of work in Florida in general. I did the Palm Beach County Administrator recruitment, recently did the Hillsborough County Administrator recruitment, which is over in the Tampa area. That said, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, just go straight to the point of the questions that were asked here by a couple of the council members, and that is why us, why me? And I really thought about that because we all have processes that will get us, to the end game of a good search process, but really it's about a fit. And I would have to say that we have just after 30 years of doing this, we just are able to really come in and attune ourselves and listen to what you're telling us and what we are seeing and learning and what we can assess from everyone involved. I mean, you are the leaders in your community. You know what you need. This is your decision to make. And so we really have to listen to you and hone in on that as we develop our marketing strategy. And that's exactly what we do. We don't bring you the candidates that didn't make it in the last search. We go out and we start fresh. And excuse me, I would say that the one thing I think we're most proud of is we promise you that we will bring you options and we will bring you diversity, because I feel like that's what you need as leaders. You need choices here. You don't need 5 of the same kinds of candidates. You need candidates that come from diverse backgrounds, whether it's experience, whether it's public or private, whether it's education, whether it's training, whether it's racial diversity, ethnic diversity, any kinds of diversities. I want someone who this might be their first position, but they've been well groomed for this. This might be their first village manager role, but they've been well groomed for it. And I want others who've been doing it for a while, or who've done something similar, or who are leaders in their own right in whatever industry they are. So I want you to have options, and I want you to have a diverse group of options, and that is our goal. And I will say that's where we hang our hat as a firm. If you talk to our references, they will tell you that. People often have a difficult time making a decision on a single candidate because they like more than one. And they also try to figure out ways to hire more than one person in our pool of candidates. So we're not cookie cutter. We don't just put the ad out there. By the time someone sees the ad, they've already heard from us, or they've already gotten some kind of communication from us, whether it's an invitation to apply or a phone call just letting people know about the job. So our job is really to market this job to a diverse group of people that we know will meet your needs and live up to your expectations as elected officials, and then help you walk through a process to figure out who the best candidate is out of a group of good candidates. Thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure meeting all of you.
Thank you very much. SGR recruitment.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Well, we appreciate the opportunity to be with you this evening as well. For, as many of you stated, is arguably the most important decision you make as elected officials. The person you select as your village manager is going to have to be a reflection of both you individually and collectively, and also of your community, to try to achieve the common goals and directions and visions that you as leaders are outlining that you want your community to be. So this clearly is a very, very important task before you, and we certainly appreciate and are honored to be part of that process this evening as well. And following the process, you've got some background material on me as well as SGR. I'll just give you a highlight. I have been with SGR for about 5 years. Prior to that, served as city manager in 3 different states, and had actually the best commercial I have for SGR is I actually hired SGR when I was former city manager in Lakeland. And I was so impressed with the quality of the work, both from a client's perspective, but also from seeing how the candidates were treated throughout the whole process and kept informed in that effort, that I actually became very close with the principal of the firm and ultimately decided to go into a second chapter of my career. And so I retired from the city of Lakeland and actually joined SGR about 5 years ago and have been doing full-time work for them, not only in recruitment, but a variety of other services, including council retreats and strategic planning and governance processes and presentations about priority-based budgeting, things of that nature. So I come from local government. I understand the operations. I've been here in the state of Florida for 12 years, but obviously had been in Michigan and Maryland prior to that. I want to talk a little bit about the question of why SGR over the other firms. You certainly have a number of very qualified firms. We all have our processes and procedures, but I want to strike the fact that SGR is recognized as one of the thought leaders in local governments, not just here in the state, but across the country. We were founded in 1999. Our goal was to try to establish innovative, collaborative, thought-provoking folks at the local level and train folks. So in addition to doing executive search, which we're talking about here tonight, our firm's also involved in training about 1,000 government employees across the country, either online or on site. We're also involved in strategic planning and council governance retreats and senior leadership retreats. I do a lot of that work myself here in Florida and elsewhere. We also are involved with strategic, working with individuals and organizations like yourself when you're trying to decide, do you want an interim manager, an interim department head? So we typically have somewhere between 15 to 25 folks that are in interim capacities. We hold our own conferences and events, both regionally and nationally. And we're also involved in working with local governments and doing a variety of other services and assessments and projects and things of that nature. Most of us come from the local government field, and so we understand the DNA and the dynamics that are associated with that. And I point that out in the fact that even though we're talking about recruitment, the fact that we do all those services, I think, quite frankly, make us better recruiters, because we're not just in the process of finding people to fit your goals and objectives and needs of the organization, the community, and you as elected officials, but we understand the dynamics of government, and we're always involved in that. We're regular, myself included, regular speakers about best management practices. So I think that makes us better and keeps us in tune than firms that are just simply doing recruitment or executive activity. Some other things that I think distinguish us from some of our other competitors in this arena is the fact of our marketing efforts. I think, Mayor, you talked about putting advertisements in state and national publications. Certainly, we're all going to do that. But I want to highlight the fact that we go back and look at the semifinalists and above candidates in our searches. 2/3 of our candidates that have entered our search and have been a semifinalist or a finalist have come through a direct outreach that SGR has done. These are the passive candidates, and about 75% of your population out there in the business consider themselves passive candidates. They're ones not looking at the jobs board, not trying to get a handle of what the next job opportunity are. They're reaching out and being contacted by us in some way, shape, or form. Now, certainly we have a variety of networks. We're a national firm. We're one of the largest in the country. So we have a variety of contacts that are in the business, and we certainly have reaches and people that have signed up for job alerts and things of that nature that would be of interest. But above and beyond that, we reach out in different ways. We have what's called our 10 and 10 servant leadership e-newsletter. Goes out to close to 40,000 people every Tuesday. And that has links of topics that we believe folks in local government, elected and appointed officials may be interested in, but we also feature jobs. And so someone who may not be in the marketplace may see part of that 40,000 outreach every Tuesday, may see a job saying, hey, what's about Key Biscayne? What's the story here? And then they'll reach out and connect with us. That's how we really do attract a significant effort of our candidates. Above and beyond that, our own jobs board is a fairly extensive group on the SGR website. It gets about 36,000 hits per month. And then we also operate a separate jobs board with SGR. It's the second largest public sector jobs board in the country. And that gets about 16,000 hits per month. So in addition to all the work as far as outreach and promotion, we also have someone that is involved specifically in our social media area that's dedicated specifically in the social media engines to generate interest and enthusiasms, whether it's LinkedIn or Facebook or any of the different platforms that are out there. And our individual knows the best times and dates when passive candidates are out there looking at potentially just looking at their platforms. And so that's another way in which we reach out. So we will certainly capture individuals that have been in other searches, but our focus is really trying to find candidates that may not be otherwise even thinking about the job. And then once they learn about the opportunity, become more interested in that passive candidate approach. As a former city manager and someone who's plugged in both here at the state of Florida, but also in my other communities, I was a state president in Michigan, but I was also on the board here with FCCMA. I continue to provide service with our groups through the Florida League of Cities and policy committee meetings. I'm a member of the Land Use and Economic Development Committee, so my network within the state, both elected and appointed officials, and understanding what's going on across the state of Florida as well as across the country are very strong. I want to talk a little bit about that non-traditional approach, because you've talked about that in a couple of your council member comments this evening. Our approach is really to sit down and meet with each of you, to meet with all the elected officials, to meet also with your key staff members, and also we're going to ask to meet with any of your community members, any of your stakeholders, your boards and committee members, so things that you feel that are important, contacts that you think are important, to try to find that best fit. And then above and beyond that, we also, although we have a process that we follow, we also tailor that. We're very much a boutique firm. So for example, Mayor, you talked about community outreach. A number of my searches, we will facilitate community meetings, whether that's online or in person or through surveys. We're involved with that to get feedback from your residents and your folks that might be interested in wanting to touch this process in some way. You ultimately, as elected officials, are in control of it, but we do that pretty extensively. For example, we were doing a police chief search up in Eugene, Oregon, and because of the homeless population was so significant, we were asked to actually hold outreach meetings with homeless groups. Not the service providers, but actual homeless individuals. And so we've sponsored programs to be able to connect with that. So that's the type of outreach we do. And we really try to tailor that outreach based upon your interest and desires. You've talked about going through a number of managers. We would want to get a handle of what's going on, what's that process would be, because that's a challenging process to constantly turn over your chief administrative officer that frequently in a community that's been around since close to 29, 30 years now as well. So lastly, I want to talk a little bit about a survey that we had done just recently with the National Research Center Incorporated. And we did a blind survey of 4,000 city management professionals across the country, asking about their review of SGR and about 14 of our large regional and national competitive firms that are involved in executive recruitment. And I'm pleased to tell you as a result of that, that we received the highest rated overall ratings for every specific measure of quality that was identified. And I'll just give you a couple of those notes. The level of understanding of city management, the level of real world understanding of the profession of city management, networking and engaging leading edge thinkers in city government, reputation providing innovative searches and solutions, such as some things I've talked about this evening, prompt ongoing communication and honest interactions with candidates. You ultimately hire one candidate, but there may be 3 or 4 other candidates that are really, really good, strong candidates. It doesn't mean that they're going to be the same strength at the next search, but we want them to be able to apply in another search down the road. If they've had a bad experience with us as a recruiter, they're less likely to apply regardless of the position. So we really do treat not only our clients, but our candidates with utmost respect and keep them involved in the process. Our communications with you as a client is exceptional. We're with you all the time. I am your point person, available on a 24/7 basis. We also provide extensive vetting and background. I know as a city manager, the last thing you want to do is catch your council off guard with a surprise. So we spend an incredible amount of time in terms of our background and work, and we actually have a person that dedicates that work for each candidate and can spend probably close to 12 to 15 hours per candidate doing all the background research in terms of wherever they've been in the media, wherever they've been in the articles and stories, social media, things of that nature. And you'll get a data stick with all that information available to you on each of your candidates so that you know exactly what their background will be. And also, we're very much involved in helping the next generation. So someone had mentioned about the next younger manager that may not be there yet. We're actively involved in engaging with extra groups with the state and national levels of young emerging individuals. And so with that as kind of a background, I just want to give you a sense that we're here to provide an exceptional level of service. I'm Florida based as well, and certainly have done a number of searches for city managers and a number of other positions here in the state of Florida, including in South Florida. So with that, I'll pause and let you go to your next candidate. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Slavin Management?
So Mayor, if I may, I spoke with Mr. Slavin earlier this afternoon. He has an existing client where the mayor, unfortunately, I don't know the city, but the mayor contracted COVID-19 and had asked Mr. Slavin to sit in for him. So he is doing that. I'm not sure how you want to proceed. I don't think there's anyone that can speak on his behalf. I'm going to try to pause myself here and give him a call, let him know that this opportunity is happening, and maybe we can get him for a few minutes, but I can't guarantee.
Okay, let's move on to Berkeley Group and see if you can get him on the phone, please.
Thank you, Mayor Davey and council members. We really appreciate the opportunity to hopefully provide this most valuable service for the village of Key Biscayne. I'm Darren Coffey with the Berkeley Group. We are a local government consulting firm. I think it's fair to say that we're the newbies in the room, so to speak. Our firm is 10 years old as of this year, and we provide a wide variety of local government services. My business partner and I have 25 years local government experience. He has over 15. And so we understand local government, how it works, how it should work, and how it shouldn't work. We've been doing our executive manager program for 3 years now. We provide a variety of services other than that, and we feel like that has enhanced our experience with providing searches. And so to answer Councilman London's question, which I think is everybody's question, y'all read our proposal, and I would encourage you, if you haven't, to go through it. I really think that our methodology, our approach is unique, it's substantial, and I think it speaks largely for itself. But I do want to go over a couple of things that will answer why you should select us as opposed to one of the other 7 firms. Again, we are a public sector only firm. We don't do private sector executive searches. We do interim assignments. We do planning. We do organizational assessments. We do a lot of things other than executive searches. The team we have to do your executive search has over 100 years of local government experience. They've been city managers, they've been HR directors, they've hired people, fired people. They completely get it, and they're very qualified. We have a team-oriented approach. So whereas other folks may do it themselves, that's great. We do too, but we have 3 primary people in the team with a support staff. So, 2 or 3 brains, 2 or 3 sets of eyes is better than 1. We bring a neutral lens. We do not have a Florida presence, but local government is largely local government, and transparency is critical. Civic engagement is critical. This is truly the most important decision that a governing body can make, is who will be your manager. Our focus is on the applicant's fit with the organization, and our methodology on how we assess that, I think, is unique and very substantive. And our managers have detectors for inauthenticity a mile long. So regardless of whether a candidate was public or private sector, what is the best fit for Key Biscayne? We have proposed to advertise the position in a wide variety of outlets to attract a diverse applicant pool. So in addition to the normal outlets like FCCMA and the Florida League of Cities, we would post the profile with the Local Government Hispanic Network and the National Forum for Black Public Administrators, among other outlets as appropriate. We have given you in writing a tailored process for Key Biscayne to have a meaningful civic engagement component for the position's profile development. And that profile development will be driven by individual interviews with council members, but also what the public has told us is heavy on their minds. And I, again, heard Councilman London's concern about that. Our scope and fee does reflect that inclusive process. It is time intensive, therefore it has a price tag. If council decides that they would rather have a less intensive civic engagement process, then obviously that would positively impact the price, but in our opinion, it would potentially negatively impact the search process. So that's pretty much why you should select us. We're excited at the potential to serve Key Biscayne. If you check our references, which we would encourage you to do, I think you will be very pleased. We do a wide variety of services for local government because we do them well. So a lot of the municipalities that we've done searches for, they hire us to do other things for them, and they wouldn't do that if they weren't pleased with the search results. So our strategy is to build long-term relationships with our local government clients, and we would love the opportunity to do that with Key Biscayne as well. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to field any questions you might have for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Manager, were you able to get a hold of now?
No, I left him a message and I texted. I did notice somebody hopped in on the phone. I'm not sure if anybody who joined in the last minute or so by phone could have been Mr. Slavin, but other than that, I was not able to get him.
Okay. Well, what was the number you called? Let me just ask that. Maybe that's the number. What were the last 3 digits? That's all you have to give me.
I've got either 656 or 037.
No,
so I don't think I...
Perhaps he should do the thing where he has to raise his hand, if that's him. What's the button?
Sir,
you said 037 or 307? Because there is a 307.
Yeah, I have 037.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, if you're on the line and wish to speak, please dial *9 to raise your hand.
Is this Mr. Slavin we're looking for?
Correct.
Okay.
Again, Mr. Slavin, if you are online now, please dial *9. No
Doesn't
response.
sound like it. All right, let's get some questions going. Councilmember London, I see you waving around frantically.
Not even frantic, Mike. A number of the gentlemen and ladies that spoke talked about getting together with us and the community to find out what we needed, what we were looking
which
for.
company is it? Which company was it?
A number of them. This is basically a question for everybody, okay? And because I think it's a really important question. And that is, they were saying, well, you know, we got to find out what you want, what the council wants, what the community wants. Maybe we'll meet with various groups, et cetera, et cetera. And what I don't understand is, and maybe they can answer, we are basically a manager form of government. We as a council, elected officials, determine the policy and what we're looking for. The manager carries that out. That's the manager's mission. What is the purpose, or why is it necessary to go meet with each one of us when we're really looking for a manager to carry out whatever council decides is in the best interest of the village? And why is it important to go meet with various people in the community to determine what they want in a manager? I think everybody should want the same thing in a manager. Someone who can manage and run an efficient organization and carry out our policy. That's basically number one. Number two, and I guess the other question, I think some of the
Are you directing this at any company specific?
Well, this is everybody. And the next number two, someone excuse me, I'm sorry, discussed passive, which I call the Rolodex method. And my experience has been in executive searches that the Rolodex people are the people you hire because they're the people who have the passive relationships. So my question again to everybody is, what is your passive or Rolodex relationship with qualified or competent candidates who might be available for the village of Key Biscayne? So the two questions really. Number one, why is it necessary to meet with us? Doesn't make any sense with me. Number two, is Rolodex. Do you have a Rolodex?
You want each of them to answer that question?
If they want to, if they don't want to, that's fine.
Well, they're all going to want to answer the question. I don't think
Well,
anybody.
I want each one to answer the question, because to me, these are two things will help me determine who I want to hire.
Mike, I follow up to
yeah,
one of those that may be helpful if they're all going to go through and answer if I ask it before they start.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If we have questions that we're going to apply to each, let's get these questions out so everybody can come back. Councilman McCormick, what's your questions?
So I happen to agree that what we're looking for is really crucial in terms of not just individual council members, but also residents, mostly because I think what's so different about Key Biscayne is our community involvement to a really high degree. And I think that what we need is in addition to what is absolutely crucial to run the business of government, Ed, the piece that I see and why I think that's important, that's different and additional, is that we need the personality that's going to be able to understand how our village works in terms of community involvement and be comfortable with it and be able to not only deal with it, but enhance it and promote it and really use it effectively. So that's why I would think that's important. And my question that would add on to Ed's question of why it's important, we heard from, certainly from Mr. Thomas and Coffey about how their firms would integrate sort of this information gathering from our residents. And I love the town hall ideas. If perhaps everyone could speak not only to why they think it's important, but if you didn't already, elaborate on how you would do it. If you could do that for us, please.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Laredo.
Yes,
And then
I'm not
Councilmember
sure I
Petros.
understood what Councilwoman McCormick was suggested, but I support the basis of and clarify Mr. London's suggestion. I hate to be in agreement with him so many times. It's my experience, our short experience.
It won't happen again.
We caught a lot of consultants. We have caught a lot of consultants with duplications and costs in their contract, quote, to get to know our community. We are a representative democracy. We, the 7 of us, represent that community. Part of our duty is to interpret that. I do not need an outsider to have a high curve to hold town hall meetings, all of which turns out to be eventually costs. So I don't know if Ed was exactly the same way, but I wanted, because almost all of them talked about community, getting to know the community, and usually we wind up being charged for them learning about our community. We know our community. I've been here 40 years, some of you have met, and we're elected. So we are as connected as we can, and we are in fact your client. I don't want that duplication of time and money doing outreach. I think that should be a much more narrow screening process and background check process. That is the value added to this thing. The rest, we have among 7 of us, great candidates that have approached us, and we just need somebody unbiased to give us a background. So I would reinforce your first comment, Ed.
Councilmember McCormick, it looked like you wanted to respond to that, and then Councilmember Petros, then Councilmember Moss, or Vice Mayor Moss.
I wanted to share my personal experience having just recently gone through this. And we did think that we checked the box of making sure our community felt involved, and we held opportunities for residents to get to know the finalists. But the piece that I really felt was missing, and to your point, maybe it's something we can do on our own, but I think it's crucial. I don't know if you're still here, but I think not including residents earlier on in identifying the criteria of what we were looking for led to them coming in just at the end when there was a short list. And what I saw was a lot of division and some really negative campaigning against particular candidates. And I don't know if that was a direct result of not feeling more involved earlier on, but I would certainly like to avoid that in this process. So if it's possible that involving people earlier on and including their criteria and getting to know what they think we got wrong or right or missed or whatever. If it's going to help to make the process better, I think this community already has so much division and so much license to say really horrible things about candidates, about elected officials. That is why I think it's valuable. Councilmember Laredo, of course, you're free to disagree with me, but I wanted to share with you how I got there and why I believe what I do.
Councilmember Petros.
Okay, in the interest of trying to be fair to all involved and talk about our process tonight, we could go through these question and answers and ask all of these people to respond to them. However, I think that's lengthy and it's might be unfair to everybody involved. And I would propose that a better idea is to thank them for giving us their presentations and then having us discuss and try to distill exactly what we think as a group is important. And then we can contact each one of these individually and then come back, whether it's the next meeting or not, establish a timeline of when you're going to select this committee, and we'll work to make a recommendation based on what we think is important.
I think, and I would follow up on that before. I think there's going to be a number of questions, and obviously we want to hear, excuse me, we'd want to hear from everybody on the questions we all want to ask. I think that the questions are general enough. Maybe they can respond. We can collect the questions, send them out, and have them send in responses. I think that's the best way to do it. Otherwise, we're going to be here. I see you, Ed. We're going to be here all night. I agree with you. I think this could turn unproductive, and I think we can get questions. But Vice Mayor Moss, and then we'll go back to, unless Councilmember Segarola has a point, then we'll go to Councilmember London again.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, whatever philosophy that we believe in, whether we should do this or that, I don't think this is the proper time to talk about it. I think we can ask any question to these group of consultants so that we can understand what they believe in. It's not going to change our beliefs up here. And I think we should, instead of trying to determine what we want and then ask the questions, because obviously they're going to tell us what we want to hear, we should ask the questions, let them respond to us, and then we have these discussions about which ones we pick and why and whether it fits our philosophy. So I think we shouldn't get too deep into which way we think is right or wrong at this point.
Okay. Councilmember Segarola, did you want to say anything, or can I move along to Councilmember London?
Just real quick, I sort of agree with what's being said. We've listened to the presentation. We have another meeting, in 2 weeks. I think we should use that time to send out questions and then come back in 2 weeks and have a more intelligent discussion, potentially at that time selecting somebody, but we can't ask these 8 candidates to answer a litany list of questions that we have. It's not going to be productive.
Okay. And Councilmember London, do you want to say something? I saw you.
No, so far I've came up with 2 questions. These gentlemen and ladies made a presentation. Didn't take very long, so I don't think it's going to take us all night. We're all here. We've all read the resumes. We've all listened to them. So I don't see why they can't answer my 2 questions.
Okay. Councilmember Laredo, did you have any more questions? I know you had the 1 point. I want to make sure you're not cut off.
No, sir. And I more agree with your approach. In the interest of time, that we get on with our internal discussion.
Correct. Councilmember Segarola, one more time.
I know what I just said, but as an aside, I also don't have a problem with only Ed's questions being presented, since they're so broad and they kind of go to the core of what we're doing here. If the candidates, if we want to present those 2 general questions to them, I'd be okay with that also. Up to you guys.
What's the consensus of council? I want to hear from everybody.
I would love to hear the answer to Ed's question with my add-on, and I think we should ask.
I also had another question. I mean, I wanted to add a question as well about, collecting people. I know that Ed talked about the passive relationships, but I want to talk about, look, one of my concerns is how are we finding, I know a couple of people spoke directly to it, but not everybody spoke directly to, how are you finding these people? It's fine to be receiving resumes, but how are you going out? How are you making the cold calls? What is your action plan on that? That's really what I want to hear. I want to know what's their process and how does that fit in? I don't necessarily want a headhunter pardon me using that term, who's going to just go out and cold call, and then bring us those bodies. I want them to understand who we want specifically and find those people and target them, and how are they going to do that? That would be my question.
Really ties into my question, Mike, really.
What's that?
Ties into my question.
Yeah, I think it does tie into your question.
I think when they're going to answer the question about the Rolodex or their passive thing, they're going to say, well, in addition, we do this, this, and this. So I would let them answer.
Right. Okay, we'll let them answer. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Moss, did you have a comment?
No. Let's just move on.
Okay. What's the consensus? We're gonna let's have them speak. Are we good to that?
Yep.
Okay, let's do it. Let's get up.
Just to London's question, right? Just to London's
Yes,
question.
just the London's questions. Correct.
If we can keep it short, it would be great.
Yeah, shorter is better.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. So just to answer your question, Councilmember London, I am a Key Biscayne resident myself. I've been a Key Biscayne resident my entire life. So I do have a great, sorry, go ahead.
I said, I know your whole family, keep going.
Okay, good. So yeah, I do have a great network here on the Key of residents who we could also consider for the possibility of them taking the position of village manager. In addition, you spoke about Rolodexes. We have a CRM system, a database with around 330,000 individuals that we've come up with over our 51 years of executive search. And we're able to reach out to them at a moment's notice. Sarah, do you want to talk about the rest of the research portion?
Sure. Yep. I do want to be a little bit cautious. So one of the things that we believe in is that each search is a unique search. I would start with the question that Mr. London, you asked first, which is, how are you going to go about, why go about meeting with us? We believe the best way to build the right search strategy is through intake sessions with as many individuals as your team feels necessary. Sometimes that means a core team. Sometimes that means a broader pool that really is customized by each search. So each team, each search has a different requirement, different need. Candidly, when you ask about costs, somebody else brought up the cost factor. We don't calculate any costs based on these meetings. It's just part of the overall cost. Mr. London, you asked earlier what our cost is. It's 30% of base and bonus, so 30% target compensation, period. We don't charge for expenses. Doesn't matter how many times we meet, doesn't matter what else we provide. It's all included in the one cost calculation. And candidly, we believe the more time we can spend with your team building that strategy, the more successful we're going to be and the faster we're going to get to the right talent. You ask about passive versus Rolodex. We actually define that slightly differently. Connor is exactly right. We have over 330 individuals in our CRM system, but it's a little bit square peg round hole. So yes, of course, we work smart, not hard. I've got an ops background. We work smart, not hard. We will look there to see if there's anybody that fits what you're looking for. But most likely the person is somebody we may not have talked to, or candidly, we haven't talked to in a number of years, and we need to re-engage anyway to learn more about where they are right now. We have a dedicated research team. They all have master's degrees in library science. They will work with us to go out and find individuals with a variety of different web resources that their profiles appear to be what you're looking for. And as I said, we're going to get on the phone and talk to them. Typically, that's somewhere between 2 to 3 hours of qualifying interviews between the associate and myself. That will then be turned over to you with a set of references. So we'll do reference checks in addition to our summary, provide a scorecard for you based on that original structure that we built together that said, here's the strategy, here's what we're looking for, and say, this is somebody that you should be speaking to. So I talked earlier about the fact that we talk to 100, 125, or as many as it takes. We narrow it down to typically 3 to 5 that are your top finalists. We present those to you on those scorecards with all of the supporting deliverables and documentation, and assist you then with moving through the interview process all the way through hire. I think that Ms. McCormick, you asked about how to incorporate town feedback, how we go about doing that. We would recommend that the leaders of this organization help us to guide the actual assignment specification that we present to you once we have that initial meeting. We will then submit that to you for, again, it'll be customized with this team and what you think is necessary for your community, but approval from the broader town. It can be presented in a meeting such as this. It could also be presented in a different format. But I do think you have to have a recommended assignment specification. You don't get too much input, because if you get too much input, like we said, we could spiral quite a bit and you never get to kind of final consensus. So you present or we will put together what we call the assignment specification, which comprises everything we've put together in technical and, by the way, cultural, critically important. Somebody talked about that. You know, what do we need from a cultural perspective on this team? What's going to be important, how this person interacts with each of the council members and the community? What are those cultural key elements that are necessary? All of that goes into the scorecard. All of that goes into the assignment spec. And again, that can be presented for approval before or during the search as your team sees fit. I believe I answered all your questions, but happy to answer any more if necessary.
Thank you very much. Mr. Benzinger.
Okay. First and foremost, you asked about why should we meet with you and spend time with you? We should just find a great manager. There's a couple of reasons. One of which is the very best managers are going to want to know about the situation they're getting into. And if we don't know you as individuals, what you're looking for in particular, your personalities, we won't be able to tell them that, and it will also make it more difficult for us to find the right person. It's fit, and if we only have one side of the jigsaw puzzle, it's not going to work. The second thing is you asked about community participation. We do that. We can do that in town halls on Zoom. We can do it by committees, whatever you want to designate. We can also do a town survey, put out questions there and let people respond on the internet. The reason we like to do that is that creating a profile for a community is a little bit like painting a picture. The more colors you have, the more input you have, the better picture you're going to have. And you know, our candidates tell us that we do the best job of any of the firms in actually putting together a profile that describes the community. Now, if you prefer not to have the community input, we can do it without it. But we prefer to have it. And we think it's kind of nice to have everybody involved. In terms of a Rolodex relationship, as I mentioned earlier, you know, our background in Florida is extensive. We've done we've done 2/3 of the searches in Florida in the last 17 years. So we've done more than, you know, all the other firms combined. So we have an extensive Rolodex on Florida, but we are a national firm and we recruit all over the country. Our hotspots, oddly enough, are Florida and Washington, state of Washington. Do a lot in the Southeast. In terms of cost, it's all rolled into our fee, just as the other firm said. We don't charge extra for more time spent in meetings or getting with other groups or talking to people individually. It's all there. Where we think, one of the things we think really does set us apart is our candidate vetting. Once we understand the situation, understand the candidates, we will basically ask them for about 20 references. It's all of their current council members, all of some previous council members, the city attorney, the external auditor, some community activists. You know, it's all in our proposal. And also in the appendix, one of the appendix to our proposals, appendices, is a newspaper column from a city manager in Fernandina Beach that says that, you know, we've done the best background checks he's ever been through. And we routinely hear that from people. You're going to know what you're getting before you actually interview, and you're going to know that they're all star performers. I think that pretty much covers it. Did I miss anything?
Right. Thank you. Next is Connie Hoffman, please.
Hi. I do think it's really important that the recruiter talk to you individually. Colin touched on the reasons why, but there's also, managers have very different styles. I mean, you know, our job is to make sure that we find people that are qualified and have good managerial skills. But people have different personalities and very different styles. And it's important to get a feel for what the community and the council members who will be that person's boss, what their expectations are. Some towns want a very aggressive, go-getter, take charge kind of person. Others don't want that at all. They want someone who's very a facilitator more than a hard charger. Some towns want a guy or a gal who doesn't stay in their office, that's out and about talking to the residents of the community, talking to the businesses. So it's important to really get a feel for what the expectations are in that community. It's also important for the recruiter to understand what are the really big problems that you're facing that you individually think are going to be critical in the next year or two, because then we try and target someone that has the experience that suits those particular issues. In terms of the community involvement, I usually ask who you want me to talk to, and I'm happy to set up like a Zoom meeting or a town hall meeting for the general public. You get my personal experience is you can spend a lot of time talking to everybody, and you're going to start hearing the same stuff over and over again. So I would rather do it in a group setting. In terms of the Rolodex of available candidates, I'll be honest with you, my Rolodex is pretty much limited to Florida, or people who have been managers or assistant managers in Florida and have moved on to other areas of the country. Frankly, councils in Florida really tend to want to hire people with Florida experience. And I find it's a problem in recruiting because the people outside in the other states always go, but are they going to really consider me as a non-Floridian? And I have to be able to tell them the extent to which their skills and experience fits that job so well that it's worth them putting their hat in. You have to realize when an existing manager decides to put their resume out for another job, it creates problems for them at home. And that's a relationship that we as recruiters have to be careful about. We can't entice someone to apply for a job that we don't think they're suited for or that they're not going to be hired for, because they often then face criticism at home, and it can be the beginning of the end for them. So those are my answers to your questions.
Thank you. Renee Narlock, please.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate that you are really running this search. You are the elected officials. The decision lies with you, not only who will be your next village manager, but also with the process that you want to see happen as we go forward. So this is another one of those things that amongst yourselves, I would ask you to decide who you would like me to talk with. Who do you want me to reach out to? At a minimum, I would need to reach out to each of you. I would like to have a frank discussion with you, not about learning about the village so much, but more about you as an individual and what your expectations are for the next village manager. From there, if you ask me to talk to some additional folks, be it community members or even staff, senior staff, I get all kinds of requests of people to talk with, and I'll be glad to talk with anyone. But what I want to underscore here is no matter who I talk with, I know who's making the decision here. I'm not seeking out their input on who they think should be your manager. I am instead listening for concerns that I may hear about the organization, about the position of manager, and really be in tune to those things. So not only I can understand who to look for and what kind of style, what kind of person, what kind of personality it's going to take to be successful there as your next manager. My goal is to bring you a manager who feels like this fits their career goals too. This fits them personally. It's not just about a good fit for you, it's a two-way fit. And I have to dig pretty deep to figure that out. And I think after doing this for 30 years, I pretty much have a good handle on assessing candidates in that regard. But I will point blank ask you as a body who you want me to talk with. And based on what you say, I will give you guidance along the way of what my suggestions are. This is how we can handle this to make sure that it's a fair process and that it's handled properly. There is no additional monies involved for those meetings. It's included in our fee. We want to do what we need to do in order to make this process good for everyone involved. And we rely on you as the board to give us specific direction on what it is you want to do, how you want to handle this search. And then we carry that out. With regard to passive and Rolodex, I've been doing this again for 30 years. My territory has been everything east of the Rockies for going on 30 years now. I know a lot of people. I've interviewed thousands and thousands of people. I always am excited about meeting new talent and meeting people for the first time. But that said, I certainly know several folks who certainly are qualified to do this job. It comes down to whether it's a good fit or not for them and for you, because we, again, want whoever comes in to stay with you to accomplish the charge that you give them. And that's to another point. I often ask candidates, when you were hired at, say, Miami Beach, what was your charge? And what I mean by that is, what did the board really want you to do? What were the challenges facing you when you became the manager there? And then I'm curious about whether they met those challenges, whether they were successful or not. So meeting with you, I'm able to formulate what your charge for the next manager is. What do you want them to do? Not just manage. If that's all you have to offer me, that's fine. But there are other more specific things that you are probably hoping that the manager would be able to do for you. And those are the things that I want to hone in on. And as far as our collecting people, that's part of what we do. That's part of our process. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of databases. We have a lot of Rolodexes. We have a lot of social media contacts and different venues that we use. But what I want to hone in on here that's really important is the strategy for the recruitment for your village. And I'll give you an example. After I come and I listen intently to each of you and you share with me, I then have a collective body of information that I can go disseminate and say, okay, based on this instinct that I've developed over 30 years to do this, I know where to go look for candidates. And I'll give you an example. I'm not going to just go look for a city manager. I'm not going to put it in an ad and hope someone applies. I'm not going to do that. I will do ads, but what's important is if I understand that infrastructure, especially coastal infrastructure, barrier island infrastructure, is really important to you right now as a town, as a village. And in addition to that, I understand that you have a citizenry that is very demanding and expects a lot. I'm going to seek out communities that have had those challenges. I'm going to look for communities all over this nation that have citizenry and constituents who have a very high level of expectation of service. I'm going to look for people who have worked on islands before or who have been involved in infrastructure similar to the types of things that you're dealing with right now. I'm going to bring all of that information together, and that gives me what I call my perfect target. And that way I then know how to recruit. So I don't just go to a Rolodex, I don't just go to an ad, I don't just go here or there, a list of people, or I research similar needs to yours, similar situations to yours. And then I do what I do and I bring these candidates together and you're able to interview them and you see them hitting on almost every cylinder of what you need in a manager. So we reach out to people, we invite them to apply, we do our research, we figure out who they are, we figure out what they bring to the table. Again, I go back to that diversity element I talked about of bringing you options. And that's how we go about bringing folks in. The other thing I want to say is just going back to, who I talk with is up to you. I'm not telling you how to do the search. I'm instead working with you and guiding you through this search. I will give you my opinion. I will let you know we don't need to do this because of this, or we should do this because of this, but you are the final decision makers here. So I don't want you to think that I'm telling you, we are going to talk to people in the community. If I don't hear that directive from you, then I'm not going to do that. I take my lead from you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, SGR, please. Sir.
Yes, okay, back again. So thanks for the opportunity to respond to the questions. With regards to the need to meet not only with you as elected officials, but potentially certainly your staff and others in the community. Let me describe this as an analogy. This is like a three-legged stool. Whoever you hire as your village manager is going to have to navigate three distinct bodies and do that well if they're going to be successful in this position. The first body that they have to successfully navigate is you as elected officials. And each one of you have run for office. Each one of you have priorities and goals and objectives and styles and mannerisms. And whoever gets hired by you has to be able to navigate that. And this is a challenging profession. Make no bones about it. It's very few bodies where an individual is accountable to 5, 7, 9, 12, depending on the size of the organization. And you're all going to bring styles and thoughts and opinions. And the manager is in that position of trying to assimilate all that and understand where you are collectively and individually to try to help you advance your individual and collective goals. So in the absence of being able to hear from you about those goals and objectives and strategies and styles and all those things, it's really hard for a manager candidate to understand whether this is a good fit for them or not. In a similar vein, the candidate that's hired is going to have to navigate. You have a body of staff, and every organization has their own culture and DNA. Now, you may want a manager that you're trying to hire that's going to change and blow that up. I don't know that for a fact. Most organizations don't, but some organizations, that's what you want. Others say, hey, we got a great staff, and this person's going to have to work really closely with our really well-talented team. And so if we don't talk to those leaders and understand the DNA and the culture of your organization, that's an element that we don't understand, and we can't help navigate a candidate whether they're a good fit or not. And the third element that I talked about in this three-legged stool is your community. By the very nature of this position, it's a public position. But as several of my colleagues in the recruitment business have said, styles matter. And some communities want a manager that's up front and out front and engaged. Others don't want to ever see the manager. And everything in between. And so for us to be able to recognize we're talking to prospective candidates, number one, I mentioned about how important it is for us to have a relationship with you as a client, but also with our candidates, because they trust us to understand what's going on, because they may be coming from another part of the country and had never stepped foot in your community, and they're trying to decide if they're going to apply for this position. And oh, by the way, since it's in Florida, they could be exposed publicly. So if we don't do that homework on them, for them, and help you and help them, your candidate pool starts to get smaller and smaller, and the fit starts to get more challenging. So that's the reason to go forward and meet with all those individuals. Now, as stated, we're not going to go out and just meet with whomever. We're going to give you recommendations of who we would typically meet with, but you're in control of that. If there's people you want us to meet with, great. If there's people you don't want us to meet with, we'll at least say we think it's important, but you make the final decision on that. But it's really important to recognize that although as a body, you're hiring someone, this is very much a two-way street. Your candidates are trying to figure out if it's a good marriage for them, because they're about to pick up and maybe relocate across the country and make a key decision for themselves, their family, and their career. And if it's not a good fit, they're not going to want to be part of it. And so for us to know that information at the front end is so critical, and it will help you get better quality candidates and help you when you get to those final 3 or 5 or how many you decide to bring in, that they're going to be a good match for you. Now it's a matter of fit and finish and style, which one fits in the best interest of that. So that's the value of doing that. There's no extra fee, as mentioned in the others. That's part of what we do. That's just the nature of what it is. It helps us, but it will help you as well in collectively understanding that. And with that, as a former manager, we're trained to hear things. And so we're going to hear different subtleties and shades of gray. And in some cases, I've had situations where I've had the staff is looking for one thing, the council's looking for something else, the community's looking for entirely something else. We have to have that conversation to say, all right, where do we fall? We obviously, you're the lead, but you need to be hearing the benefit and the challenges that we may be getting. That doesn't happen a lot, but there are some times that takes place, and that's helpful, because you got to start with that community profile of what you're looking for and what is the style and what are the challenges and opportunities that this person is going to fit in. If we can't agree on the front end of that, everything else goes to pieces. So we really have to have a good understanding. So that's the value of doing that. Then with regards to, I mentioned, I identified the passive candidates. And I said, 75% of candidates out in the marketplace feel that they are passive. And 79% of people that are just kind of out there in the business tend to look at information passively as well for searches. So I mentioned our effort is multifaceted. It includes a specialized person on our staff that tailors our job alerts and blast and information for all the different social media markets. And those platforms look and feel differently and appear at different places and times on those platforms based upon the research that we've seen of when we think the best passive candidate will look at those types of positions when they're looking at their phones and things of that nature. And beyond that, we are a very large national firm. So at any given time, we have thousands of people in our searches, and we've got thousands of people in our databases. Now, that doesn't mean that a candidate that was a great candidate and a finalist in a community up the road from you is going to be a great candidate for you. They may not be a top tier candidate for you because the dynamics and the dishes and the styles and all the things that community is looking for may be entirely different than what you're looking for in your community. So we have to then take that information and we look at it. We've got our own proprietary information to determine how do we best cycle those that were top tier candidates in some similar type searches. Now, similar type searches can be geography, can be size, can be the type of government. It can be whether it's a high demand service or a largely residential rural community, whether it's a full service community. So we tend to look at all those functions to determine, all right, which ones potentially are the best fit that we can then reach out to say, hey, listen, you haven't been in a search for 3 or 4 years, but you applied for this several years back, and we think this is a great opportunity. We've looked at your material, and is this something you'd be interested in doing? So that's an outreach. And then above and beyond that, not only myself, we've got a variety, although I'm full-time with the firm and Ron Holofield, the principal of the firm, we both have thousands of people in our contacts from being in the business for 35 years and longer. But beyond that, we also have a variety of our other recruiters that are largely contractors. They're not working on this project, but they have been involved in searches and they know people. So every month as we're going through our process, we always meet as a team of recruiters, or if I'm struggling or if another recruiter is struggling, saying, hey, I'm trying to find a certain candidate in this area. Has anybody seen a candidate with this type of background that would be of interest? So not only do the people that I've touched in my searches or I know personally through my professional affiliations, you're reaching into a network that goes across the country that has candidates that have spoken to other recruiters that we work with as contractors that do this work for us, and we get keen insight and we have access to that information as well. So I hope that addresses your question about the value of both of those efforts. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next we have the Berkeley Group, please.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just wonder if they can, and I know maybe unfair to those who've spoken, but there was very precise questions. And we do have a time pressure and we don't want to go through a second presentation. And I know that they don't mean that intentionally.
I'm sorry, we've got one more presenter and then we're done. I understand.
Yes, sir. Thank you again. So the team that we've assigned for this project, if we're privileged enough to get it, they were managers in local government. They were in the manager form of government. So we totally get that. And the profile development is absolutely an essential component to this process. If you don't get that right, then the rest of it suffers. So the cost is not tied up in getting to know the community. We're going to get to know the community by getting to know the council members and finding out what you think is important to your community. You are the client, absolutely. As Councilman Laredo said, council is the client. The other point I would make is in the development of the profile, that doesn't have anything to do with the screening or background components, which our process is very rigorous. We also, for the finalists, can do 1 or 2 screening processes for emotional intelligence and personality assessment to find out what makes them tick, if there are any red flags, et cetera. So our proposal has all this in it. When we say fit and we're looking for fit, it's not just personality. It's not just the fact that our managers were managers in local government and they can sense things out very easily. They can have conversations, they can have the interviews, but there's actually these analytical tests that we subject the finalists to that you can't fool. You just can't fool them. And so the profile development is critical. And we do that with council initially one-on-one and then as a group, because we really need to hear what the consensus is from council, because that's how local government works. In terms of community involvement, if that is a component of the profile development, then we would do a community survey, we would do a public workshop that would be both in person and via Zoom, and we would conduct stakeholder interviews. And all of that would be driven by what council as a body approved and said. And then once we've developed the profile, you review the profile and you approve it. And then that's when we release it to all of the outlets that I mentioned before. In terms of a Rolodex, we don't have that per se. It's pretty impersonal in my experience, but the whole key is relationships. And like I said before, our team has over 100 years of local government experience. They know a lot of people. And our team also has Florida relationships. They've worked in Florida local government. And so they know people. And in fact, over 40% of our placements have been because of a direct reach out from our managers to people in local government about, hey, would you be interested in this position? And our team leader is the one who gets the gold star for doing those reach outs. He seems to have a knack for it. And so we'll stand on our track record, albeit it's shorter than the others. It's substantial, it's qualitative, and it's personable, and it's based on relationship. And we look forward to hopefully having the opportunity to prove that to you in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so how do we want to take next steps? My thinking is, if anybody's got additional questions they'd like to send to these folks, if they want more information, and I think we come back with our choices ranked and we make a decision in 2 weeks. No, Councilmember Segarola, sorry.
Yeah, just in addition to that, I would ask that I would ask the candidates, whenever you receive questions, preferably it'll be by email from any of the council members, if you can please copy our village clerk on that, so then she can send it out to all of us, so we're not repeating ourselves and we get to see everybody's questions and answers.
Phenomenal. I think that's right.
So
anybody else? Yeah. Councilmember Laredo.
Sorry, just to understand the process, because I thought obviously they're on the line, so we cannot have at this stage, a candid conversation. Correct.
Right. Well, I also want to process some of the things. I have some questions. I don't want, I think I agree. Let's send the questions out. Let's come back in the next meeting and maybe we make a decision. Vice Mayor Moss.
I don't know, maybe Andrea can help. Are we expecting a big agenda in the next meeting or not? Because I remember when we did this last time, I think we had to call some special meetings to concentrate just on the manager. Not have a lot of things on the plate, but if we don't have a big agenda, we might as well just do it in the meeting.
We don't have a big agenda.
Okay.
But whatever's your preference is fine too.
Right. What was the answer? Yes, you do?
No, sir.
No, we do not at this time have a big agenda, but do not Kurland check that agenda. That's all I'm asking. Councilmember London?
I would suggest in the next 2 weeks before our meeting, we let it be known to the community, to our friends, to all our residents that we're looking for a manager, that anybody who is interested in applying for the job, submit a resume at this time. And who knows, we might be very surprised by the people who turn up, that we might have somebody locally or somebody knows somebody who would be a perfect fit. and it costs us nothing to do it. And I think it's a good exercise. Good rewards, no cost.
That's fine. We'll have them sent in, I guess, to Juan Gutierrez.
That would be great.
They could send them to us even.
Whatever.
Okay, yeah, but then we have to make sure that everybody gets the resume. I want everybody to get them. That's the only reason I would suggest that. If somebody sends you the resume, make sure you send it into Juan Gutierrez and send it to the clerk so the clerks can disperse it and we can all receive it.
Great.
Is that fair?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Councilmember Petros? I'm sorry, Councilmember McCormick, you weren't done.
She was before me.
Okay, Councilmember Petros, then Councilmember McCormick.
On the other extreme of this, trying to cover all bases, are we interested in having these different entities or groups let us know whether or not they could find an interim manager for us, and if there were to be an additional cost to doing that if you find your search gets extended?
Why don't you make that a question? Send them the question. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Anything else? I want to thank everybody. Oh, sorry, Councilmember McCormick.
I wanted to just say thank you. I think that I know their time is valuable, but I, for one, very much appreciate everyone being here and feel that starting this process this way has, been selfishly for the village. I think this has been a really good start for us to focus our efforts and understand the process and to share it with our residents. So I appreciate everybody giving their time and coming and talking to us tonight.
I would echo that. I want to thank everybody for coming out today and giving the presentations. I've really appreciated what you all are doing. I know it's tough work, and thank you all for coming tonight. Okay, moving on. We're still in the village manager's report. We are now on manager's ongoing update, project update.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a few updates that are recurring, and then there were a few things I just wanted to point out. So Federal Shoreline Protection, this is the village's participation in the Army Corps of Engineers 50-year Federal Shoreline Protection Project. Staff recently had a call with the technical team from the Army Corps where we really got into some of the nitty-gritties of the analysis that they are performing. I would say that this is probably the most optimistic and excited that I am, and our lobbyist team is with this. I think we're further along than we ever have been. And one of my 90-day objectives, and I know it's very ambitious, but I really am going to put a lot of energy toward trying to get this deal sealed. So I'll thank the council members for having traveled, making your calls, all the elected officials who have helped support our initiative. I think it looks like the fruit of our labor may be paying off. So I will keep you posted. Mayor, Councilmember McCormick had a hand up.
Sorry, Councilmember McCormick. You were behind something. I apologize. Now you're muted. Oh, yeah.
Now I'm unmuted. It's an amazing 90-day objective, and we all know how slowly the wheels of government can turn. So if there is anything that you need, certainly from me, but I think probably any of us, please call, because if we could seal that deal before 90 days is up, that would really be amazing.
Yes, we will. We'll let you know. Thank you. Thank you. So we continue to work on these conversions to septic tanks. We're down to 110. I've asked staff to, in particular, our plumbing inspector, to revisit door to door those homes, those residents that are still on septic, to help inform and educate them as to what the consequences potentially could be to our water quality. So we're continuing to push that initiative. Our 21 beach nourishment is on track. So we will have sand on the beach in 2021. We're excited to report that. This is going to be the last report on the 2017 nourishment. We have successfully completed year 3 biological and physical monitoring of that project. So congratulations to the team for having completed that. We had presented to council in the August meeting an ordinance on irrigation and landscaping. Thank you to the council members who put us in touch with some of the condos in particular that had some concerns about the ordinance. So we've been working with those individuals, with the property managers, as well as the condo associations, to try to find common ground. So we continue to work toward that, and we plan on bringing back the ordinance for second reading, I think December or January. So hopefully we can try to find common ground with the residents on that and the condominiums on that issue. And again, the objective there is a water conservation is the objective. Water quality testing. So we got the final report from the University of Miami. The village had engaged the University of Miami to do microbial source tracking and other testing of some of the bacteria and the beach closures that we were getting reported on. And so that result, that presentation, I'd like to schedule that for the October 27th meeting. So if any council members would like a briefing in advance, please let us know and we can put you in touch with the professors that have performed that study. And then we'll also give that presentation at the meeting on the 27th. So that is moving along. The website is something else that I think is really going to be a game changer for us. We did have a little bit of a project delay. Our communications officer did leave us, so we switched project management. But I will say, as of today, the step that we were on was the design approval. And as of today, October 13th, the design approval has been approved and confirmed, which basically means the programmers are now converting the design templates into actual HTML or website language. So there's several steps moving forward, but we are still on track and on budget to go live in Q2 of fiscal 21. And thank you, Councilmember Petros and Todd, who have really helped push this. So thank you there. Utility undergrounding. So this one's a little stickier. Just to give a recap, on the August 25th meeting, we brought forth a few work orders for survey work and for design criteria packages. The item was deferred to a workshop. And then at the workshop, we were asked to come back again at the October 27th meeting. So we're trying to work with the consultants and with the staff to figure out better ways to present the information to the council and to the community so that you feel informed and that you're able to make a decision. So our goal is to bring it on the 27th, given all that's sort of in flux. I'll work with each of the council members to see where you all feel, how you feel about this project, and if it is the right time to be making these decisions or if we need to do a little bit more due diligence. So we look forward to having those discussions. 4 more items. I'll keep going quickly. So St. Agnes Church, we had been asked upon approval of the site plan and other approval, the zoning approvals, to keep the council abreast of the project. So I congratulate the building department and all the folks that are working on behalf of the church. Their permit is ready to be issued. There is one issue that we came across. For those who aren't aware, don't use their facilities, the village does have a joint use agreement with the church where we use their fields and some of their other recreational facilities. So that agreement would be impacted by the construction. So staff is working with the folks from St. Agnes to potentially amend the joint use agreement and the hours of operation and the use. I wanted to give you that heads up. There may or may not be some cost associated with that. There will definitely be some disruption of recreational access for us. So we'll keep you posted on that. And that's St. Agnes. We also, so Todd and I have been working closely with the Open Space Board, especially pre-COVID, but more recently, there's a lot of vision associated with the Crossbridge Presbyterian Church facility. So I wanted to not get too far ahead of the council or fall too far behind. So I wanted to point out that we're seeking support of the council to engage with the church and to see what kind of joint use agreement we might be able to achieve Presbyterian. So that's actually a report that I would like some feedback on. And I can pause there or I can finish and then we can come back to that.
Let's pause.
Sorry. Go ahead. Councilmember McCormick, did you?
Yeah, I asked if we could pause and give that feedback now.
Please.
For me, it's quick and easy. Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
Quick and easy, no. We've had complications on this property. This is a major part of a lot of people's board and myself in terms of acquiring the properties, et cetera. And this is very vague. And I think this is one of those items that should wait until we have more thorough information and after the election. I don't believe that they should be meeting without a plan. I certainly have not been approached the first time around also from my own manager's office as an elected official to find out what the framework of these conversations are. It's fine to meet with the board of that we appointed, but I guess it'd be helpful if as a council, I know what your so-called preliminary discussions are. It's a very dangerous path to take at this stage as we head into the next 3 or 4 weeks. So I don't believe that should continue those so-called conversations unless we can have a long discussion today about exactly what are we conversing about.
I'm sorry. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Moss, did you have a comment?
No, I don't.
Okay. So Councilmember Petros, did you have your hand up? I apologize. I froze up for a second. So I'm sorry. The question was about whether or not to meet with beautification. Was that right?
No, meeting with the Cross Bridge.
I'm sorry.
Remember we had a controversial item not too long ago related to that property that to me at least came as a surprise. It's the senior citizens facility. And
I apologize. I froze up for a second.
There's a lot of confusion, misinformation, disinformation. I think the prudent thing to do is to pause, not have the manager and or Todd, whomever, meet, and certainly,
I'm sorry. Can the manager just repeat to me what you want to do? I'm sorry, just so I can.
So I just wanted I wanted feedback from the council as to what your desires are with regard to a potential joint use agreement with the Crossbridge Presbyterian Church.
With regard to fields or a park or
for the open space and recreational facilities. That was the scope of what the board had, our Parks and Open Space Board and
right.
The 2020 vision plan were some of the inputs. But I felt like it was time that I need to know if I'm traveling with the council, and that's why I think it's important.
Right, understood. Okay, Councilmember Petros, and then Vice Mayor Moss.
Council liaison for this group. So I wanted to ask Andrea, I didn't know this had come back up basically. And I know we discussed it before, which Councilmember Laredo talked about, and it sort of died. And there was more than one idea of what this area would be used for. And one was access to the bayfront. I think that was the one that people were most interested in. And then there was another discussion about playing fields, but I don't know exactly. It was so vague at that time, and I'm not really sure where you are right now. So maybe you could give us a little more insight of is there a possibility of anything? Because the last I knew, there really wasn't.
Well, I'm the eternal optimist, so I hope there is. I think there's a I think they have the will to try to be a good community partner, and I think the council and the community has expressed that we have a desire for more open spaces and potentially a waterfront, a bay park. So I think one of my sort of 90-day things as I reflected upon open actions and things that we're trying to move forward, I didn't want this to just go to the wayside and be forgotten. So I wanted to bring this up to the council and see, is there a desire to see what kind of agreement, what kind of joint use both parties would benefit from and be interested in engaging and moving forward on. So that's where I'm at this point.
So just to be clear, this is something that you had on your list. It's not because this group came and approached you.
Nothing has
happened.
Nothing has happened. Right. This is just me going through my process to try to make sure and the same with the next two items, just to make sure the council's aware and to make sure that, the community.
Manager, then you have to correct your English because it states the village has reinitiated preliminary discussions. That's what.
Right. The village.
I will correct my English then.
Okay.
I will.
Yeah, she did it. Yeah, the manager did it, not the Crossbridge people.
No, the council has not really given me as a group. I'm curious. What is the position?
Sure, no, I think you're asking for input. I think we're giving it to you just as we move forward. Councilmember Petros, did you have anything more to your question, or are you good to move on? Okay, Vice Mayor.
No, I just want to say that we only have one more meeting left, and then we're going to have a new council. So I think this might be something that we could bring up in the first meeting in November and get everybody, there's new people up there, get everybody to understand it. make a decision on what we want to do.
Okay. I guess my view is, I certainly have no objection to you hearing, finding out if but I don't think, I agree that nothing's going to move forward without any further input from us. I mean, Councilmember Petros just pointed out, we're going to have to appoint a new liaison, and we're going to have, I guess that's also a conversation we're having, a discussion we're having coming up. But I don't know. I mean, I guess, yeah, I see both sides. You want to try and move it, but there's nothing really to move until A, we have a new council, B, we have a new liaison, and we as a council decide our priorities going forward. I mean, I am interested. I think the property's an intriguing thing to look at, but at this point, yeah, I'd agree with Councilmember Laredo and Councilmember and Vice Mayor Moss, and I don't know where Councilmember Petros was, but hold off for now.
Could we bring it in the November meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question for the 17th. Yeah. See, we've got we'll have the new council will be seated by then, and then we'll be going on.
That sounds
okay.
Good.
All right, next item. I mean, next of your items.
Yes. Okay. So if everyone recalls Paddle, it was sort of the facility that we set up, the concession in the beach park. I think they have been doing relatively well, especially considering COVID. If you recall, it was a pilot program. So I just wanted to make you aware that the agreement has expired. We've been moving on a month-to-month basis. So we'll be bringing back an agreement within the next few meetings for the council to decide whether we want to continue that concession for the residents. And then finally, refunding of existing debt. So over the
refunding.
So yeah. So I'm sorry. One of your Vice Mayor Moss had raised a hand, so I didn't know if.
Oh no, I was just showing Mike Davey.
Okay. Okay. So.
I don't want to talk after.
Okay. Okay, so existing debt. So basically, I've been working with the staff for a while, probably over a year, at looking at our existing debt portfolio. And we had come up with some recommendations on some refinancing opportunities. Our objective is to basically get lower interest rates, reduce our debt service payments, consolidate our debt portfolio. Once we onboarded the FA, the financial analyst, which was at the August, I think it was the August 19th meeting. The village onboarded Hilltop, which is our financial advisor, and they prepared an analysis and confirmed some of our thoughts that there were opportunities to save money. So what I wanted to do here was report to the council, let you know that this is something that the staff has been working on. It's something that we believe, based on the current value of dollars, if you take the life of the savings less the costs, we anticipate savings between $450,000 and $700,000 net present value of money after cost of issuance, current day dollars. So this is a report. This is what we are hoping to do. We'll take any questions now. I felt that for the same reasons that some of these other issues, the timing may not be right, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity. So I wanted to make sure the council and the community are aware of the analysis that we performed, and that we want to bring back the legislation that is required to be able to move through this process. So that's
Vice Mayor Moss.
Yeah, I mean, I sat down. I'm sure you've all talked to Benjamin and Andrea on this. So one of the things, unless I'm missing something, seems like the biggest no-brainer decision to make. If we're able to consolidate and refinance with keeping the same maturity dates that we already have, that can bring a net present value between $450,000 to $700,000. I don't know why that would be at the wrong time. I can't figure it out, but. I think this is a no-brainer. I would definitely make the motion that we bring this back in the next meeting if this is going to bring us this type of savings.
Councilmember London, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we get a detailed breakdown sent us? I'm all in favor completely. I like to.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
I'm 100% in favor.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, I'm sorry, was there anybody else? I think it's great. If you're going to net, if we're going to net save 450 plus $1,000+, I'm with no downside. I'm pretty much in favor of that. I think it's tough to vote against it. Voting against
How
puppies.
do we move this as quickly as possible, Andre?
Right.
So the legislation is drafted and prepared. So this is something we can bring forth. The sequence of events would be it's an ordinance with 2 readings. We'd bring forth the ordinance for first reading to be approved by council, second reading to be approved by council. There are certain notice provisions, and when I finish, perhaps if you want to hear more about that, Chad can chime in on specifically what the notice provisions are. But there's very wide notice provisions, and then we go to market basically through a competitive process. We get proposals back from the financial institutions. Typically, they'll lock in the rates for a 30-day window. So within 30 days of second reading, we would bring an ordinance back to the council that would have the actual agreement, which identifies the rate, the terms, any prepayment penalties, all of the conditions of the refinancing. And that's basically what we would be doing. I don't know, Chad, if there's anything else you wanted to add.
I think unless there's any objections, let's move that and let's get going. Bring it back, please.
So moves.
Well, no, there's no motion. We're just directing council. It's a consensus of council to direct the manager.
Can it come back? Can it come back in 2 weeks, Andrea?
Yes, it's already prepared.
Thank you.
And you have enough information, because I'm surprised it comes at the end. This is so important. You know, everything seems to be important and the really important things get lost. Usually comes up at the end of the day. It's just a problem I have with prioritizing. But Ed, obviously I'm in support of it. Ed has asked for information just other than just a paragraph.
Yes, and we will provide. I actually noticed in our write-up we did reference the attached tax-exempt refunding sensitivity analysis, but it didn't make it to the agenda. So we'll provide that. And again, we can also brief individual council members on the details of what we're trying to do.
Great. All right.
Well
Let's
done.
keep going.
Okay, so I think my last report, actually, I think that was it, actually.
That was it.
Halloween.
We still have one more item.
Plans.
One more item.
Thank you. So I would like to ask Todd and Chief Press if they could join us here. So there were some residents that came forth with some really great ideas on how we can do Halloween. Obviously, our typical Halloween is pretty intense, and I think given the global pandemic, not exactly the wisest move. So we've done some research. We've worked with some of our residents who are really into Halloween, and we've looked at what some other cities are doing. So, but before we pulled the trigger, I thought it would be prudent to discuss with the council so that you all feel comfortable with what we're doing and you're aware, because it's right around the corner. So Todd, would you kindly share what we're thinking?
Sure. For the village, like I said, we've been meeting with all the other parks and recreation departments in the county on a weekly basis as we navigate through the situation. And at our last meeting, the topic was, what's everybody going to do for Halloween? And everybody kind of threw out some ideas. And one idea that I thought would fit well here was a caravan in front of the community center. We'll decorate outside the community center. We'll be in costumes. And the residents will be encouraged to decorate their car, their golf cart, remain in their car or golf cart, and combine. We could make it a festive holiday. We could do it on the Friday before or actually on Halloween. But I think it would allow us to still provide the community a fun event, which they've all been well received when we've been able to do so.
Okay. Councilmember McCormick?
Todd, I think that sounds like a good idea. I have a couple of logistical questions that I'm sure you've thought about, but if having lived at the corner of Glenridge and Woodcrest Lane, which is like Halloween ground zero, I know the volume of people that come through. Have you given any thought to how you're going to manage that volume of traffic? I mean, it's like a standstill traffic with everyone walking, that if you're expanding the size to be cars, I imagine we're really going to have a lot. Have you given thought to certain times, hours for different age groups, or limiting it to certain age groups?
We thought about that. Again, it's only cars. or golf carts. No walking. We'll move them quickly through, probably in a one-way fashion. I, of course, worked with Chief Press on that. We'd queue them in one area, shut down the street in front of the community center like we've done on multiple occasions, and work it to the best of our ability.
And you feel confident you guys can do this and safely?
Yeah, again, we'll be on the sidewalks, the two sidewalks. They'll be in their car or golf cart. We'll be socially distant. We'll have like laser lights going off, smoke machines, scary music.
I just want to make sure, yeah, we're doing what we can. Councilmember Laredo, do you want to say something? I'm sorry.
Boy, I'm all for breaking this bad mood that we're in, but it's even after we had the reality check of Mass Academy yesterday, I'm so concerned that in the spirit of trying to elevate people's spirit, that we may be, it's a close call. I rather err on the caution, because it seems everywhere I look, including overseas, things are spiking again. And that's enough. Thank goodness I don't have children of that age, but that is really, really a heavy responsibility. I lean on no, even though most people may hate me for it, but I rather err on.
The guy who canceled the Halloween. That's right, Luis Laredo. Put it out there.
You know, and it's
no,
just
it's a valid concern.
better, it's getting worse. And now
it's
it
absolutely. I understand your concerns. I mean, that's why I asked the question. It wasn't to be glib. It wasn't, you know, but if Todd, I mean, you guys have done a heck of a job. And where's Chief Press? If Chief Press is willing to go along, I feel like I feel better about it. No offense to Todd. I think Todd's very cautious. I think what he's done with the community center has been great. But if you guys are in connection and are willing to put this together, I'm going to support it.
Chief, do you want to share your concerns? And I mean, both sides of the coin, I think.
Oh, good evening. Yeah, my concerns are similar to Councilmember Laredo. The idea of having 4,000 people crowded on streets together is insanity right now. I don't know any way we could possibly control that. I do think that Todd's idea of keeping people in cars and having a parade style drive-by is a wonderful way of showing our community spirit. It may slow down traffic, but then I would suggest we do it on Saturday, on the actual Halloween day. So we're not dealing with schools and we're not dealing with anything else that would normally occur on the Friday. And we could come up with a MOT that would work and move people along. And I think our kids at least can have that opportunity, and individual families could have their own private gatherings at their homes. But the idea of the Glenridge party is insanity right now. And
so this would be along Crandon, is that correct?
Village Greenway in front of the community center.
Oh, Village Greenway. Okay, because I mean, we did the graduation ceremony. You know, we had the car parade for the graduation ceremony for all the kids, and that went well, and the kids loved it. I mean, again, that was the height of the pandemic. I guess hopefully it was the height, and I think that went well. I mean, you guys coordinated, and I thought that was a great event. And I'm along with Councilmember Laredo. I mean, all of us are concerned about COVID. I don't think any of us are not. And so I think that let's be clear. But I mean, if we did it the way we did the graduation, I thought that went off really well. And I think if you can manage it that way, then I think it'll work. I have faith you guys will make it happen. Councilmember McCormick and then Vice Mayor Moss.
I just want to circle back again to the idea of what we have seen in years past on Glenridge. And I think two things on this parade car idea. One is, I think we should do our very best to limit it to village residents. And I know that what we see on Glenridge is a lot of non-residents coming because it's a safe place to trick or treat. And to that end, I think wanting to make sure that we don't get people coming without knowing, I think we should talk about whether or not we want to do some kind of press release about the fact that we are not having that type of trick or treating here. If we want to set that policy and maybe put it out to news outlets so that we don't get thousands of people coming from off the key, assuming that there would be some kind of trick-or-treating on Halloween itself. We've done really well about trying to limit the exposure of our residents to extra people, and this is has a real potential of having a lot of people showing up. So if anyone wants to chime in.
That's a valid point. Vice Mayor Moss, and then I saw Councilmember Laredo raise his hand.
I just wanted to say thank you. I like the idea. I'm glad you guys are thinking about this. I think the concerns are valid. We have to make sure they're safe. I think since we're talking about holidays at this time, maybe we should also think about December and what we can do. You know, as a kid, I loved driving around where people lit up the front of their lawns with little lights and stuff like that, where people can drive around. You know, maybe something else that we can start thinking about that we can do safely, that can be nice during the holidays in December as well.
Okay, Councilmember Laredo.
Yeah, I'm you know, all of these things are first try. No, a lot of good people with good intentions and with good techniques, but it's a moving target. Are trying to do the right thing, but the fact of the matter is, as we learned yesterday, things are spreading, and I would err on the caution. These are unprecedented risks, and you know, we would put an enormous burden. He may not have said it quite so directly as I on the policing of this thing. As to outsiders, good luck. We tried. If you try to limit, as we've been trying to do on the beach and on even condominium pools, even with those with their security checkpoints and all of that, these areas are invaded by friends of residents, and all of a sudden you have major violations that are blatant and dangerously close to spreading the virus. So, and this has to do with the young people. I know they have a much stronger bounce than the senior people. But boy, it's and listen, I am a fanatic of Halloween, and my daughter, who grew up here, was born here. But boy, I would, and I'm sure I have some people mad at me, but I think we really should err on the side of caution, because we're all trying to do the right thing. But the bottom line is that nobody knows where this is going, and this has just numerically an opportunity for it to get out of hand, and that is enough for me to say, let's step back. I think people will understand that we're doing it for the right reasons, which is their health of their families. So I would hope that we don't do it.
Okay. Councilmember Petros, and then Councilmember McCormick.
I'm weighing the options. I think it is a very difficult decision. On one side, I think it could be done safely if we had people stay in their car and follow directions. However, it also sort of encourages what happens after they drive by and they're all dressed up. Do they then go to each other's house? And are we encouraging gathering in a way that we might not be terribly comfortable with? The second part of this is the timing right now is tough because the public schools literally opened last week. We don't really know what the impact of that's going to be, and it's going to hit right around the time Halloween hits. And so that gives me a lot of pause. One of the things I think we could do when you started talking about Christmas and holiday decorations, I think as a village, something that seems like a safe idea, and it used to happen informally, was there would be contests on streets on who had the most festive streets. And this is what residents go out and decorate their own streets. And maybe as a consolation, if we're going to hold off on Halloween, we could discuss really we're going to decorate the medians, and we're moving forward and getting the electrical underground all along Crandon to do some great holiday decorations for Christmas. And maybe we make that the focus for council of how to come up with some really safe, creative ideas for that holiday and hold off on Halloween.
Okay. Why don't we get a consent? Oh, Councilmember McCormick, you want to say one more thing?
I'm just looking for consensus on the idea of notifying the greater Miami community that we are closed for trick-or-treating.
I think that, yeah, I agree with that. Does anybody oppose putting out some sort of press release that we are closed for trick or treating on Halloween this year?
No, and
Okay,
I think if we make a group decision not to have any village sponsored events for Halloween, it could be wrapped into everything together. It doesn't need to be separated. But if we're doing something, then we have to be very careful and let people know that that doesn't mean that we're having trick or treating also.
Right.
I don't know if I live in a different part, but we're not well known, including myself, of following the rules in Key Biscayne. The experience that I've had over this crisis, and I just highlighted the issue of the beaches and how we put an advertising out, and what are we going to have, a whole set of policemen checking people coming in? It's unmanageable. It served me well in my life that when in doubt, don't. And here is the health of our community.
I think that's my follow-up.
I think we should not do it.
My follow-up to Chief Press would be, regardless of whether or not we do the parade, just taking that out, are we going to do something, frankly, at the start of the village, you know, in the afternoon, to sort of let people know, you know, there is no Halloween trick-or-treating this year? You know, are we going to have signs up, or is there a plan on that? I guess we'll have
Sir, there was no plan, because obviously we were waiting on you all making your decision.
No, that's fair. Okay, that's a.
I can certainly put a couple VMS boards up starting tomorrow, and we could let all the people know. We'll have a couple weeks. We've got the public park that people show up at. They'll be able to see that signage that there'll be no Halloween this year. And we can do what the others have suggested, a real media push. And I think we're not going to be the only community that's dealing with this. So the sooner we start advertising that, the better we are.
I agree. I really want to have Halloween. I really think it would be a little brightness in what's going on, but given what's going on at Mass, given what we're seeing, I am very concerned right now that we're going to get to a point where we're planning something right now where in a week we're going to have to say, you know what, shut it down. We can't take the risk. So I would tend to be, I think I'm swinging around to believe in what Councilmember Laredo is saying, and that we need to, if there's a risk, then we don't go forward with it. I mean, I know I've been Debbie Downer for 9 months. I guess what's another month on this stuff? But I feel like, yeah, Councilmember McCormick.
What about something like what we did at Easter? It was the height of the lockdown. It was incredibly safe, and the people stayed in place, and the Easter Bunny went to them. Could we do some kind of go around and put a camera on it and put it on Channel 77 to highlight little kids' costumes, and they could record it at home and see that they were on TV and throw candy out, or something where we're not encouraging them to come together, but rather they're separate and apart, and they can be masked and they can be safe, but they still get to put on their costume, and they get to, it's different, but it's still, I mean, little kids like to be on TV.
Right.
We could have the village employees that were going to dress up, instead of standing outside the village hall, go around in a parade fashion, and then residents could come outside in costume and celebrate it, I guess.
Todd, would you be able to do something like that?
Absolutely.
All right. I mean, I think that's safer. We could do, like you say, like Councilmember McCormick said, that's a great idea, because that limits the exposure. I mean, I live in a condominium, and the kids would come out on their balconies and watch it go by. But it was definitely something that made it worth, especially for the little ones. And it does really limit exposure. I could get behind something like that. What are the thoughts of council? Anybody else?
I would support it.
I'm strongly against it.
Understood. Any other council members for or against having the sort of mini parade by village employees on Halloween Eve? We could set it for a specific time. Councilmember Segarola, go ahead.
Not to continue the tradition of being Debbie Downer, but that opens us up to liability if something happens to the village employees. We'd be exposing them to potential risk.
I know. I guess Chad could weigh in on that. We did it for Easter. It wouldn't be any different than the Easter. Chad? No, you're muted.
We have liability, obviously, in everything that we do. But I mean, yes, they're going to have to take precautions. They're going to have to socially distance, and we would have to, do the best. I mean, I do think that we, it's there. There's no way around it. I mean, yes, these types of things do create, additional liability. Obviously, we have sovereign immunity and other protections, but you can't get away from that.
Okay, Councilmember Segarolo, your response?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I may have misspoke. I didn't mean to focus specifically on liability for being held responsible for our actions. I meant I don't want to put our employees at risk and ask them to do something that could end up harming them.
Oh, okay. Todd, do you want to speak to that at all? I mean, would we make anybody? I wouldn't want to make anybody who wasn't willing to do it, do it.
Of course not, but there's no way around some risk.
Right. I mean, I think obviously if an employee doesn't want to do it, don't make them do it. They're not required. And
I mean, obviously those same employees are doing temperature checks, checking people into a gymnasium, wiping down a gymnasium.
Right.
Bringing people into a pool. So we've already accepted some level of this, but I'm perfectly fine. It was an idea. I think it may be complex.
On a back of a pickup truck is way safer than taking someone's temperature when they enter the community center.
And if I may just throw in another note, I was just texted by Michelle Estevez. She has a point that specifically with the condos, if you announce something beforehand, people are going to come out to watch. She says that Easter was done spontaneously, that people just found out because they were alerted by sirens. But if you pre-plan something, let people know, that could be an issue also.
No, we knew in the condos. We knew actually in the pyramids. I know we knew because we drove. I mean, I rode I'm telling you, I mean, Michelle's the manager over there. We knew. I know Sebastian, who lives, he's a small child who lives above me. They knew. So, I mean, it was, I don't know how spontaneous it was. You put out, when did you put out the announcement on Easter, Todd?
It was shortly before because we originally tried to do the visit where we come to the house, but we were overwhelmed with requests. And that's when we moved to but it was 3 vehicles going to 3 different areas of the community to make that happen.
Okay.
Which I think.
Let's take a consensus of council. What's the will of the council will control? What's everybody thinking? I'm in favor of a parade similar to Easter. If you guys can work it out. Anybody else in favor of that?
Yes.
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 Okay. Okay. Brad, are you for or against it? Okay.
Neither.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And Councilman, and who's against it?
Randall.
Okay. And Councilmember Segarolo, I didn't see a hand. Or are you for or against?
I'm on the fence. I want to do it, but I'm afraid of the consequences.
We all want to do it, but I will.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Councilmember Laredo is not against Halloween.
If I'm gonna make a vote, I'll vote against it. I mean, we've come this far sticking this out. I don't want to make a mistake now. What the heck? I don't know.
Okay. Councilmember Petros, what was your vote?
I think I am okay with doing it if we think that the community would
You gotta
really
say yes or no.
enjoy it. I mean, Todd, I don't know how successful the Easter parade. I'd like your input on whether you think this is a good idea or not, because you presented something very different than what we're talking about right now.
I think it's a lot more complex than when we did the bunny parade.
Because say no if it's not going to be worth the effort.
That was one person.
Hurt my feelings if it doesn't work.
Yeah,
Fine.
There was only
You know
one
what?
person in the back of the truck,
Right.
isolated.
This is dangerous.
Yeah, it was tremendously successful. I enjoyed going by
All right,
Councilmember McCormick's house twice.
you know what? We're trying to force, unfortunately, we all want to do something and it just sometimes you're the windshield.
I think the wiser decision is.
They did good. No go.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on.
Understood.
Thanks for trying, guys.
Thank you for the feedback.
Definitely.
Thank you. The spirit was there.
All right, next item.
The next item is discussion for the Parks and Open Spaces Advisory Board. Councilmember Petros.
Right.
Okay, I will make this brief. Our chair of Parks and Open Space, Pat Woodson, is no longer living on Key Biscayne, and which is why I announced we had an opening.
Right.
Upon further, studying, we found out that this is the one board that actually allows non-residents to apply and sit on it. And so technically she doesn't need to step off of it. However, we had a discussion at our own meeting, and the general sentiment was that we probably should change that loophole, if you want to call it that. The whole idea of why it was like that is if someone owned a commercial building out here, but worked out here and wanted to sit on this committee, that they could.
Okay.
But I think probably the best idea is to amend this so that it's only residents that sit on it, but that requires us to bring an ordinance forth and do two changes or vote twice on the change. And then at that point, Pat would step down and we would put a resident in her space. So I wanted to know if you want to move forward either with making that change, which obviously Chad would then have to bring forward that change at either the next meeting or in November if you want to wait till after the election. And Pat would like to sit in that seat until there is a change. If you so desire.
Can I,
hold on.
I don't.
Councilmember Freed, sorry, Chad. Councilmember Freed.
I looked at the ordinance myself also, and it just says members of the committee are not required to be residents of the village. So it's permissive. It's not that you have to. So I don't think the ordinance needs to be amended. It's just acknowledging that members of the committee are not required to be residents. So I don't think we need to amend the ordinance. I think that it's, this committee can have, this board can have residents or non-residents on it as, is appointed.
But I think that's the whole point, Chad, is that we could potentially feel like it should be that it is required that you be a resident of Key Biscayne.
That's a separate issue. If that's the intent, then yeah, we can come back and change it permanently.
Okay, Councilmember Segarola, you got your hands up?
Yeah, I think in the spirit of what Katie's saying, it's a good policy decision to change it and have it come in line with everything else.
And I guess my
That's
other
a
question
two reading, right?
There are no other boards that have non-residents on them? Okay. Yeah, then, I guess it makes sense. Councilmember London. Got to
unmute yourself.
You sound much better this way, but.
Thank you, Katie. What is the purpose of having someone who is not a resident on any of our advisory boards?
What's that?
So what is the purpose of having someone who is not a resident on any of our advisory boards?
Nobody's arguing for it.
Yeah.
I think it would have been at some point, maybe if somebody, as Councilmember Petros said, maybe if they had a business out here and they were involved in something, that may have been why. I don't know.
So why don't you appoint somebody else for that position?
Well, we're going to, but we've got to.
The first question, Ed, was if we all feel, which I feel it's important that they must be a resident to sit on this board, that we need to change the language because it says something differently right now.
I agree, but the point is, we don't have to wait to that to change that person. Pat can come off and Mike can appoint somebody else.
That's I think Councilmember Laredo is suggesting that we need to make nominations for the Parks and Open Spaces Advisory
Okay.
Board.
That's fine too.
Yeah, so I mean,
Can you just?
does anybody oppose us making the change to the ordinance at this point? Is anybody objecting to the changes proposed to make it a resident? Okay, then let's go forward with that. Chad, if you can bring it back, 2 readings, let's get it done. And then I'm sorry, that next item.
Nomination for the Parks and Open Spaces Advisory Board, Councilmember Laredo.
What a coincidence. Right after each other. It's nice.
Let me guess. You want us to nominate some people for...
You're mute, Councilmember Laredo. You're mute.
Hold on. Can you, somebody unmute? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
We can hear you now.
I have the highest respect for Pat. So if she wants to stay through this transition, I think, given her enormous contribution to this community, we owe her that deference, and because she's the top. I was going to nominate, I had assumed that there was going to be a vacancy, and I was going to nominate Ms. Petros to take up that space.
I second it.
That's good.
I haven't applied.
All right.
Doesn't matter.
We can impose it on you.
You've got no choice, Katie.
No, you won't have a vote when we vote.
Yeah, that's right.
Darn it.
So just to
Thank
be
you
clear,
for the vote of confidence.
you
So I'll make that a motion subject to the date of departure of Pat Woodson.
correct.
And I will
So
second.
just to be clear, you talked to Pat about this. She's aware, she's not being blindsided that we're kicking her out of the village.
I had the conversation with her right before this meeting, just to clarify.
Okay. All right, great.
So,
All right.
so the effect of the appointment would take place when Councilmember Petros is no longer on the council.
Right.
No.
Yes.
Well, it would take place.
Yes, but also when Pat Woodson
Right.
is
Pat leaves.
resigned.
Right. That's correct. That's correct. Perfect. All right. That works for everybody.
Now that I made the motion, can I vote against Katie?
Sure.
Oh, that would just be like this council. All right, let's go on. Next item.
The next item, direct the manager as the highest priority to expeditiously implement a proper inspection, repair, and maintenance program for village-owned property within the Public Works Department.
Make it happen.
So yeah, this is something I think that a lot of us have brought up many times. And I think that we need, I really want to give that message across to our manager, our staff, that this should be the highest priority. I mean, we're talking about updating our stormwater system, but we need to make sure that the current one we have is up to date, working properly, maintained properly. We walked many parks, buildings and stuff, and we see issues. We need to get a proper system in place. So I would like to see something come back to us and say, this is how we will implement this correctly, so that we can really get under control the maintenance of all of our own properties.
Great. That's a great idea. Councilmember London and then Councilmember Laredo.
How many weeks are we going to give Jake to come back with a plan?
Good question. Manager?
So Mr. Osman, Jake and I and Vice Mayor Moss had given us a heads up about this, and then Jake and I spoke briefly about it. Jake, do you want to chime in on what you're currently doing and what opportunities for improvement we're looking at?
Yeah, we already have a system in place that we are implementing, and we're going to unveil it shortly, probably in a couple weeks. CityWorks asset management system that's going to keep us in check and then make sure that the assets are maintained properly and according to schedule. I could come back with a report the next meeting or one after.
And Jake, I just want to be clear. When I talk about system, I'm not just talking about technology. That's not what I'm so interested in. I want to know, what's the process that you guys are going to be implementing? Are we going to be inspecting certain things on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a yearly basis? What is the proper structure that's set up? Does somebody go out there with a checklist? Do they check off certain things? When something is wrong, is there a certain type of work order that will go through and that's signed? Because I think a lot of this data that we will collect by doing this, we'll learn a lot about our system. I mean, you guys are already maybe doing this. I'm not saying that you're not, but I just want to make sure that we can understand what is happening, because from our standpoint, when we do, I go to some of the parks, I even see the village hall. There's different areas that I see these things, and I'm just like, we need to make sure that we improve on this. So when I say system, I'm not just meaning that technology side, but I want to know what's the implementation that you guys are deciding that will keep us, in the best condition as possible.
Understand.
Okay.
Councilmember Laredo, and then Councilmember McCormick.
I don't know that one mathematically could be 150% in agreement, but I'm 150% in agreement with Vice Mayor Moss. And I brought it up in the budget hearing because I said that I didn't even see the word maintenance. And I made the point, which I think is what he's trying to do, is just do it. I mean, this is where we get into the slippery slope of micromanaging. That is supposed to be normal. And we talked about the culture of this village employee. So the purpose of this is an order, if you want to put it that way, to the management that they need to do this, which they're supposed to be doing it.
Period.
I don't really care that much about a report. I mean, if somebody wants a report, I just rather have our administration just do it. Citizens cannot handle it anymore. And we don't need to go who's to blame, but we just got to change this mindset. And I think the spirit, as I interpret it from Moss, is exactly how I feel. And just get it done, Jay.
Jake, you'll have a plan. Jake, you'll have a plan for us in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, or 5 weeks, really.
So we already have a plan in place. We do inspections. What I was saying, I was just gonna put it in a report form that you all would see it. That's all.
Okay, great.
We do work as we have the budgeted funds available.
Okay, well, Councilmember McCormick and then Councilmember Petros.
I totally support this. I'm in agreement with everyone who has gone before and said all the reasons why it's important. Jake, I would ask that while you're looking at it, that you maybe try to reflect a little bit on, if you're doing inspections, where you're getting hung up, because we all see that there's things that aren't happening in terms of repairs. And as we're getting ready to have a new manager, it would be helpful to know where you see this system breaking down. If you're doing inspections and you're aware of what's happening to stop the repairs from happening, if it's something else. But that was a thought I had while you were speaking. But the reason I had my hand up was it seemed like a really good opportunity to just once again let our residents know about the new Key Biscayne 311 app, so that when residents see something, I mean, they are the owners of our communal spaces, and it's their money that maintains it and that purchased the things in the first place. So now we have a new opportunity, when you see it, that you could take a picture, you can report it, and it immediately goes to a person whose job it is to write the ticket so that work will be done on it. And I think that we're going to see a lot of improvement as a result of this app. We've talked about it. We waited for it. It's finally here. It's very exciting. And I think that when we have the opportunity to report these things straight to the village, as opposed to not knowing who to tell and putting it on social media, and then it goes nowhere, except maybe people just get upset because they see that the same things are being talked about, but not getting fixed. Using this app may also really help in this regard, because clearly it is something that this council, and I think a lot of residents, feel like we need to step it up.
And then Councilmember Petros. No, you're muted. Still muted. You pulled an Ed.
I feel like you. I did that to make you feel better. In line with that, and I also totally agree, I would like to add, Jake's made a comment that they do the repairs within budgeted funds. If we haven't included enough money in this budget, I personally would like to see that we use any of the money that's left over from this year and have that be the top priority of where it would be spent, is on maintenance. And I'd also like to give Jake an opportunity to tell our residents what's happening right at the entrance of our village right now, because with the onboarding of the new SFM group, and also putting electrical wires down on the median, it has no vegetation right now. So this is a great opportunity to tell everybody exactly what you're doing and the improvements that are coming. If you could do that for us, Jake.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Petros, for the opportunity. Yes, the entry block, we are giving a complete facelift, including irrigation, water infrastructure, as well as electrical. Currently, if you drive by, you will see a trench dug up. We are repairing electrical infrastructure underneath. So by the holiday season, it's our goal to have it ready. Well, actually, the entire Crandon Boulevard ready for holiday lighting, but that's the first phase. Electrical work should be done within a week or so, and then we'll have a landscaping work done. Now, as far as the landscaping work, we removed the entire sod. It was not even a sod anymore. It was all 80% weed, maybe 20% grass. The future the future work includes this species of salt. I mean, in the grass, it's salt tolerant, and we're gonna put a couple of different shrubbery around it. There'll be mulching, and there'll be some annual plantings in the front of it. So it will be a very good looking entry block for everybody to enjoy, and then we'll get inputs from everybody else, and we may apply this through Crandon Boulevard median all the way down to State Park. And also, if there are any changes, it needs to be made to the shrubbery or different colors or accents, that we could also apply that as well. Again, this is what we wanted to do on Crandon Boulevard. We just wanted to start in a central location so that everybody can see and give us their input. And once it's accepted, we'll continue that work throughout the Crandon Boulevard, as well as the traffic circles in Harbor Drive. And electrical work is going to continue once that area is done, at least to the Village Green area, so that by a month from today or December 1st latest, you'll be ready for holiday lighting.
And Jake, just to confirm, because we talked about this, any pesticides that get used by SFM are restricted to our fertilizer ordinance and are not meant to be harmful to our waters, correct?
That's 100% correct. That's the first thing I made sure that I told SFM that I cannot be in violation with my own ordinance. And we made sure that the product they applied was in compliance with rules and regulations.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Great idea. Let's make it happen. So let's keep
Mayor,
going.
if I may, given the potential funding request and the proposals we're getting for SFM from the different bringing up to snuff, it was what we were calling it. If I may recommend that at the November meeting, when we're bringing forth the budget amendment, that we bring forth how the funding how the funding and the reporting mechanism and the actual work in the field will all tie together.
Great, bring it forward. Let's take a look.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item. Next item. Nope, Jocelyn, you're pulling an Ed. He didn't even pay attention.
My apologies. Form a Citizen Financial Oversight Board to advise council with financial issues in the village. Vice Mayor Moss.
Yeah, I brought this up before. Ed has brought this up. Ed had brought on two very high qualified people that came in. I think they were very helpful for Andrea. But I still think, that this could be one of the most important oversight boards that we could have on the village. Kind of surprised we don't have one. Most municipalities do. I think that we should form a formal Citizen Financial Oversight Board. I think that we should get resumes, put people on there that have background in finance, have background also in government, which, by the way, Louis, I was actually thinking of Katie Petros as possibly being a person on this board as well. So she understands government and she understands that financing. So I think everybody's going to want you on a board, Katie, so you're going to have to pick something. But if this does form, I think this could be very, very helpful in analyzing a lot of this data that we have, understanding it. A lot of us that are on council don't have finance backgrounds. It's difficult. It could also be very helpful through budgeting processes. So I think it's something that we should really seriously think about. So I would make a motion that we would be able to come back with an ordinance to form this committee.
I'll second it.
I mean, I think it's direction. Do we have a motion on this, Chad?
You made a motion?
We don't need a motion. Just consensus of council to come back, right?
That's fine.
Yes, correct.
All right, do we have a consensus of council? Brett, Vice Mayor, you'll work with the village attorney and put something together, and then we'll bring it back for, to put it together. All right.
I would like to be included in those talks, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
which talks? I don't, just to make the ordinance?
We cannot do it, that's right, we cannot.
Yeah,
so I'm just going to make a general ordinance that's just going to, like the boilerplate one.
We'll fill in the blank when we're all sitting there.
Yeah, we can discuss what you guys want to put on.
Correct.
That'll be
correct. Councilmember McCormick, you're recognized.
I was just going to say, I know it's difficult with Sunshine for Councilmember Laredo to be part of it, but he certainly could write up his thoughts and send them and try to get them included in the first pass.
And I'm happy to work with Councilmember Laredo to include any of those thoughts.
I was trying to avoid working with you. That's the problem.
Well, I don't know. As long as we don't sit in that background there together, then I think we're good.
All right. So that's done. Let's move on.
Update on face mask enforcement in the village public areas. Vice Mayor Moss.
I brought this up way before I think that it changed, but if you can just give the people a quick update of where we're standing, what's legal, what's not, what we're kind of thinking that we're going to be doing here in Key Biscayne. Would be very
My understanding is it's a 15-yard penalty, but I don't know. Face mask?
Tennessee game right now, aren't you?
Facial covering.
I'm gonna turn it over to Chief Press. The reality is we've had a tough time with enforcement, and we've really tried to balance, protecting the public and the EOs that are out, and then the resistance that we're getting. So, Chief, if you could share what our experience has been and what your current directive to the officers is, please.
Well, the directive is the same as it has been. The problem with enforcing the masks in a large scale is that, especially at the park, there are so many different rules as to who could wear them, who can't wear them, who's participating, who's not, who's exercising vigorously, who can't breathe, what age are they, people who literally, poor Todd, I don't know how many times Todd put that caution tape around the playground, and they would just go out there and tear the tape down and throw their little kids on something that hadn't been cleaned and something that's not safe. It's been probably the most difficult thing that we've tried to manage because of all the exceptions. There is no one rule. And I think I literally looked at it today, and there are between 10 and 12 exceptions, and everybody claims an exception. And my biggest fear, and I think the people who are following this rule more than anybody, and God bless them, is our seniors. And they've done a wonderful job of making sure they wear their masks, they social distance, they try to avoid the crowds and things like that because they care about what's at stake. But a lot of our younger folks have not. A lot of our middle of the ground folks have just allowed their own young folks. I've seen families where some of them are wearing a mask and some of them are, and it just makes no sense to me at all. So we're kind of caught in that abyss, folks, and it's a real nightmare for all of law enforcement down here with all the exceptions to get a handle on.
Well, and Chief, if you could speak to, basically the state has now suspended penalties for individuals, right? So really,
so what they did, they did not, initially it came out and it appeared that they were suspending enforcement. That's not the fact. The fact is that they're supporting enforcement, but they're suspending the payment of the fines until a later date when the economy gets better and things like that. Or in my opinion, this whole thing's going to be whitewashed down the road at a later date, and they're just going to forget about the fines. It has not been, it's not been an effective program. It's been extremely difficult for counties and municipalities to collect those that they have written citations to. And so again, you've got 3 different layers of government exceptions right now that have come from the state, the county, and our own. And that's the quandary that our officers are in.
But to be clear, we can penalize businesses that allow individuals inside without.
Correct. And the businesses have been doing a great job, by the way.
Yeah, they have. No, I want to be clear. They have been doing a great job, but I think this is great as educational because, as you said, there's a lot of seniors and they're super frustrated because they go out for a walk and they're kind of, I know them and they're stuck at home because they're so afraid of catching COVID, and understandably so. And then they go out and they're wearing masks and they're being very careful. And there's all these people out there who are not sharing the same level of concern. I think it's unfortunate. It's why I keep pushing, we're doing this as a community. You may not be at risk, but when you're wearing these masks, you're doing it for the other people in this village. So to Councilmember Vice Mayor Moss's point, I'd love to see more enforcement, but I completely understand you're having a really difficult time with this. Councilmember McCormick and then Councilmember Laredo.
Chief, thank you for that. I had a question. Senior sent me some pictures of the Peloton at 7-Eleven parking lot or in the early morning hours over the weekend. And it's so many people really crowded together and they're not masked because they're exercising vigorously.
That's correct. Not only that, they kind of got what's going on, so they kind of hang out in groups of 10. There could be 50 cyclists in that parking lot, but they're separating in groups. It's amazing the way people have tried to get around the law rather than trying to work within the law.
Well,
and that's what our people are finding.
So I just wanted to bring it up so that perhaps we can try to do whatever we can to outsmart them, outsmarting the law. At the very least, make a safe passage for people trying to get through.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Consider it done.
Councilmember Laredo.
The previous sober presentation by the Chief of Police gave credence and credibility to our previous decision to be safe on the Halloween thing. And I that's why we did the right thing last time, and a small token of bonus for them. They have the worst job right now managing this thing, and they're doing the best they can and risking themselves. And I just take issue, and I know that you didn't mean it that way. It's not a question of education. It's a question that people here, a lot of people here, and I hope it's a minority, but they are poisoning. They simply think they're above the law, period. And that's why I ran for strict enforcement on traffic and all of that kind of stuff. You're not going to educate them other than by ticketing and taking, some liberties within the law to do that, because that is precisely our biggest problem, whether it's a Halloween parade or just doing the decent thing, which is to wear a mask, not only for your safety, but for everybody else's. So education will get you just so far. And I'm glad to hear your reflection, Madam McCormick, on our famous friends of mine, the bicyclists, because they are consistently have before this virus and continue to be completely disrespectful to the least of civic behavior to our citizens. And that's why I want to keep them out if I can. But I need to applaud the police department. I see the frustration on their faces when I see them, that they just trying to do the impossible job and their hands are literally handcuffed. I think they need our commendation.
Mayor, you're muted, sir.
Ed. I pulled an Ed. Yep. All right, let's move on.
To revisit the stormwater rate study, RFP 2018-07-25, Vice Mayor Moss.
Okay, so I brought this up because I was a little bit unclear of what happened, but 2 years ago, we went out with an RFQ in order to relook at our stormwater rate. And one of the reasons why the last time that we have done this rate study was back in the 1990s, early 1990s. And a lot of things have changed since then. We have much more density on the multifamily properties. And I think it's time that we could reopen this, take a look at it, and see if there's some adjustments that we can make there. You know, I know that there's been a couple of out of the box, you know, thinking that has come to this council over the last few years about, you know, whether we can, you know, take on the private property stormwater system and, you know, how we can integrate it into the whole system, which I think is worthwhile to take a look at. But I think that we have to kind of break this into a few phases. One of the things that I'm looking at, and I want to talk to you guys because I've been working on this for a few months now. I think in the first phase, what we could do is look at the rate study and see what kind of adjustments could be made there based on the difference from a density difference. I think that speaking to some of the managers in the multifamily, they are saying that, you know, cleaning a well costs them $7,000 and cleaning a well on our contract, which this is from their words, costs us $4,500. So I think also what we should do is direct the manager to get together with the building, sit down with them and work with our contractor to see if they can piggyback onto our contract so they can get a better rate as well. I think that's the first thing that we could probably do that could definitely make some adjustments there. And I think that it's worthwhile doing. I think the second thing, which would be something to look at, is looking at the ordinance of our flood rate ordinance, and basically, or a stormwater ordinance, and to allow for possibly additional credits to be given to any private property, not just multifamily, any private property, as long as they do their own independent study that they pay for, and that we review, that we would set up some parameters and that they can display that based on a certain amount of water that comes down and how much percentage they can actually hold on their property, that they could be eligible for additional credits for that. Basically, it's rewarding people who have better systems and other people who don't. And obviously, if there's a heavy rain, your property overflows into the public system, and other people don't who spend that kind of money. And then last, I think that you know, we can look into this idea of whether public funds could be spent on private property, which my understanding is illegal, based on what we talked with. I spoke with our attorneys. However, there could be some options out there. I've spoke to Steve Helfman. He has some possibilities and some interesting options that I haven't even sat down to discuss with him. I asked him to go look at some options. He said he has come up with that. So one of the things I wanted to ask, so I have two, this is kind of a two-part. One thing I would like to ask council is that if I can have Steve Helfman work with me to sit with Fausto Gomez and discuss some of the options that he thinks that could be very interesting. And we can also discuss the legality and the state constitution and things like that of what is possible, what is not possible, from the stance of public funds on private properties and what different kind of options could be out there. That would be number one. And the other one would be, you know, to go back and direct the manager to go out to the RFQ again and get responses back to relook at the rate study, so that at least we could be moving that portion forward. That could be quite a bit of savings for some of the multifamily units.
Let me just talk first. I know everybody probably saw what Fausto Gomez put out, I guess a couple of weeks ago when I sat down with a bunch of condo presidents and property managers. We had a good conversation. Jake was there, which I really appreciated, to talk about stormwater. I mean, that's obviously one of the big issues over in the condominiums right now. And Jake has actually started to kind of put together, and I think, I don't know, Brett, and I'm assuming we'll all be on the same side on this, but I think you should talk to Jake about what he's already done and some of the ideas he's come up with, because I think in talking to him about, you know, acreage and runoff and permeable surface or impervious surfaces, and making it more rationally related to that, but also incorporating some usage potentially. There's just a lot of factors. So I think that'd be a good thing to talk about. I also agree. I would like to move forward with talking about an accord. under which we could assist with the stormwater. But I do understand it's got to be worked out through legally. And I think but we've got to try and do what we can do to make this happen. I think it's all of our stormwater that we're talking about. And so the system should be unified if we can do so legally. But I agree. I think this is a great thing to move forward. Let's see what we can do. Councilmember McCormick, you raised your hand, and then I saw Councilmember Segarola also raised his hand.
My question was to the manager. I thought that we had already, when we renegotiated our contract for our stormwater system, I thought that we were reaching out at that point to offer the same rate for, whether the contractor had promised to offer the same rate to some of the buildings. Have they not done that, or?
I would have to check with the condos to see if anybody has.
Have you, I thought that we talked about you sitting down with some of the property managers and making sure they were aware of the availability of that rate.
I will have to get back to you, but I do recall us saying that our contract is sort of piggybackable, if you will, so that condos would be able to benefit from the same pricing. But I took note here, and I can circle back with the council and let you know if we have reached out and if anybody is interested in taking us up on that.
But I also think there's more of they want to go further.
Of course they do, and we've all talked about that also. But this is like, it's been at least a year, maybe more, since we renegotiated that contract, and I was under the assumption that everyone who wanted to was availing themselves of that cheaper rate. So,
all right. Councilmember Segarola.
I was very happy to see this being put on the agenda, although at the same time, I was very surprised, maybe even shocked. And I'll give a quick rundown of the history of this in case everyone has forgotten. Approximately 11 months ago, when the manager did the new rate study, all of these things that are being discussed and proposed right now, I proposed. And aside from myself, the rest of this council, all 6 of you, unanimously shot everything down. Basically, a quick rundown for whoever doesn't know the history, and the one who knows this the best is Don Ellisberg. When the village was founded, the first stormwater system and rate were created, where Weiss Sirota basically cut and paste the current special assessment formula, because that's what it is, from another city in Florida, and came up with a formula that each condominium unit would pay the equivalent of 1 ERU, equivalent residential unit, and each single family home would pay 1.5 units. Now, a rate study was done and a certain number they came up with, and that was what was charged on our property bills every year up until a year ago. The manager came in, said we need to fix and expand the system, so a new rate study was done. At that time, a year ago, I pointed out to everyone, number one, nobody had ever discussed how this formula was created. That didn't matter. I also proposed expanding the service of the stormwater systems in the condominiums and the multifamily homes and the private properties. The problem is Florida Constitution has a prohibition against using public funds for the benefit of private property owners. Now, the problem with that, or not the problem, the good thing about that is there's a whole bunch of exceptions to that. Those exceptions could be found in the opinions of the Attorney General on their website, the Florida Attorney General. A year ago, this council asked me and Don Ellisberg to work with Steve Helfman to formulate the question that could be asked to the Attorney General to find out if the village could spend public funds on these private properties. Now, Steve Helfman blocked every single attempt that we made in order to formulate this question in a positive and fair light. His proposed question guaranteed a no. We came back for a meeting in front of this council. The question was asked about this. Steve Helfman advised this council that it was illegal to do so and that it wasn't worth going forward. And this council accepted his judgment, and it died then and there, December, if I remember correctly, of last year. But I'm very happy to see this coming now again. It's very interesting. Now, I agree with Brett. All these things should have been done a year or more ago. So thank you. But going to that point, there are several things that need to be done. Number one, the question has to be proposed to the Attorney General and has to be formulated the right way. I have the question done already. Don Ellsberg and I worked on that last year. Number two, each and every single building in this village has a different stormwater system. I know that because I studied them. So integrating them into the village maintenance plan is very possible. It just will require the time and work. Number three, you have the issue of deferred maintenance. Some buildings have an up-to-date stormwater system. Other buildings have systems that need a lot of work. A deal has to be worked out with each building as to what's going to happen with that. And number four, the issue of the village contractors or vendors working out a deal with individual condo buildings went absolutely nowhere. Each building is still on its own today. But where does that leave us? I completely agree. This village stormwater system is a unified system where water doesn't just magically evaporate. If it's not taken care of in the buildings, it will affect the single family homes. So the question becomes, what positive, constructive, actual steps is this council willing to do to move this issue forward? And that's the question I have. Because a year ago, all this was discussed and shot down. So you guys tell me, what do you want to do?
I mean, if I can respond, I don't think it was shot down. I think you're
absolutely shot down because nothing's been done.
Let him respond. Let him respond, Councilmember Segarola. Let him respond.
Ignacio, you pulled it off the table. The first thing that we did receive had a lot of unfactual things in it, and I don't have it written in front of me, but I remember one is that it said absolutely no benefit. I know we brought this up and we said we can't say that kind of stuff, but I understood what you looked at and you said, well, if you send this, is it going to be no, it's going to be pulled off the table. However, there's a couple of things here. The first thing is the rate study. The other stuff, there's a lot of questions on whether it can be done, it can't be done, it has to go to Attorney General, whether it's legal, it's not legal, if something large has a change. I don't even know if this could be done. I have to rely on our legal counsel to tell you whether it can be done or not. And I was willing to send that letter up to the Attorney General, and I still am. But it has to be written correctly. And for anybody to say there's absolutely no benefit, it's just not correct. I mean, it's not correct. I lived in condos for 13 years. I jogged on the roads. I rode my bicycles on the roads. I dropped my kids off at the school. It's just not correct. However, it is correct that we could look at the rate study. And that's what we can do today. And we can also help negotiate the contracts to piggyback on the other contracts. We can help that today. And I have no problem with looking into the whole system and seeing that's even possible. But the outcome may not be what you want to hear. It may be that we need to make the private roads public, and that's the only option. I don't know what the options are, but I think that we're willing, and we should be willing to sit down and all talk about it, do whatever investigations and research that we need to do, come up with the options, and we provide the options to everybody and say, and unfortunately, this is what it is, and this is what it isn't. But I think to go straight to, the Attorney General and all this kind of stuff and try to tie everything together, it could take decades to figure that out, or it could take 1 year. I don't know. But I think the rate study is something that we can do right now. And why not take a look at that? I think it's a fair thing to look at, because if we looked at something in 1991 and it had this density and we have a different density today, I don't want to block everything because one thing couldn't go up. So why not open this up? It was supposed to go out 2 years ago. It did go out. Nobody responded back to it. And I didn't know this was a dead thing. I thought this was part of the stormwater that we did. And when I asked Andrea, she said, no, nobody ever responded back to that. So we should move forward with that part. I don't know. I mean, that's how I remember.
I also
think
what I was going to ask, something that was asked of me by Fausto and Tony Camejo and those guys in the meeting was, could we talk about an accord where we might be able to step in? And I know there are some big legal hurdles to us spending private money on public land, but let's start that process of looking at that. That's something else. To your point, Ignacio, about, I thought it was in January that we had this conversation about the letters. And at that time, I think I said to you, this isn't a dead deal. It wasn't a dead deal. And then a couple of things popped up. We had a pandemic, but this has been something that people have been fired up about for a while, and having conversations recently, I think it's definitely worth looking at. Go ahead. You raised your hand.
You know what? In the spirit of moving forward, however history is going to be discussed or written. Let's do this. I wish this attitude would have been here a year ago, but yes, let's move forward. We have to analyze the rate study. We have to figure out what question to ask the Attorney General, and we have to approach the buildings to see what they have in terms of existing systems and upgrades and maintenance requirements. Those are the three things that need to get done.
You make that a motion?
Councilmember Petros and then Councilmember Laredo.
Owe it to our village attorney to have also to state what the letter was if we wanted, and we need to decide, are we looking to do a letter to the AG or not? Or are we just doing the rate study?
Just so we're clear, it was January 28th, 2020 that letter came forward to us.
I don't think we should decide this now. I think that we need to start at the beginning. Let's have the conversations. Let's see what we need to do, because I'm interested in knowing what Steve Helfman has. I mean, I told him to look at options. I don't know what they are. And I talked to Fausto, I talked to Steve. They both want to have a meeting together. They asked me to be there. Again, if you don't want me to do it, you want somebody else to do it, it's fine.
No, do it. Go.
Moving forward and talking.
Councilmember Laredo?
No, I was trying to, if there was a motion to move it, because I think the spirit is to get off.
Yeah, I think that's good.
We've been abusing their patience in the condominium size. There's no point in blaming now at this stage. We just need to, I don't know if he made a motion or.
There's two motions. So one motion is, well, it's not really a motion, but direct the manager to go out to the RFQ for the rate study. And the other one, if you give me permission to use our legal counsel to have a meeting with Fausto to discuss, the legalities of what they want to do at a larger scale.
And
but I just asked that you take a look at
Rola's 3 points.
Yeah. I mean, Fausto is going to be there too. I mean, they have those points. That's why I'm trying to bring Fausto there, who my understanding is going to be the new president of the Condominium President's Council. So he's coming there.
Just one point. Could you talk to Jake about his ideas? Because he's done some significant studying on this, and the more, to Councilmember Laredo's points about consultants, the more we can get out of staff on stuff like this, the less we have to pay somebody else.
Perfect.
Councilmember Cigarella, you raised your hand?
Yeah, just saying, the rate study was already done. We have the number of how much money needs to be generated to perform the work that Andrea has envisioned. The only thing that could really be done right now is to tweak the formula as to what you collect from whom. There's which is basically the ERU units.
That's what we're talking.
Okay, so it's not a rate study because you know what to charge. You just got to figure out how you're going to split between the properties in the village. That's number one. Number two, besides that, for absolutely anything else, you have to ask the question to the Attorney General. Why? Because if you don't, then you're going to be spending potentially public money on private property, and somebody's going to have the question as to, is this legal or not? And again, I'll repeat, Steve Helpman's position in December or January or whenever the heck it was that that's not possible. And back then I said he's absolutely wrong, because it all comes down to how the question is phrased. But I'd be more than happy and I welcome to revisit the issue now.
I make a motion, Mayor, as our major responsibility to set policy. Now we set a policy / mandate to the manager to give this highest priority and to involve, subject to sunshine law, both Vice Mayor Moss and Councilman Segurola, to resolve this and move it off the talking into the action level. And that would be my motion to unify both points of view.
I'll second the motion. Let's go. I mean, it's a consensus move, but does everybody agree? This is what
we have a vote so that she knows it's a directive, because things say this consensus stuff doesn't sometimes.
Well, consensus, we're directing. I mean, we're having a consensus, but it's still a direction to her. It's not.
It's a priority. It's a policy priority that we revisit this. Whatever mistakes we made in the past, we want to correct it. So let's move to the positive.
If it's
okay, so we're talking about the rate plan right now. Is that correct?
Yes, and the rate plan is what Ignacio talked about, is talking about the ERU units, not anything else.
I understand what it is.
I mean, it's the problem. That's basically a negotiation. You don't need to hire a consultant or an expert for that.
Well, I encourage you.
My motion is to avoid this discussion. I'm not versed enough in this. I think those two are very versed, and the manager.
I seconded your motion. Is everybody in agreement? Is anybody opposed? All right.
All those in
Manager,
favor?
Manager,
Aye.
you have your marching orders. Let's go.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, next item.
Decision on pervious sidewalks for safe routes to school project. Thoughts regarding sample near Harbor Drive.
So we poured a sample of the pervious concrete. I'm not sure if anybody or everybody was able to go out there and take a look at it. But my understanding is we need to make a decision on this now, whether it goes one way or the other. We need to make a decision so that they can go ahead and move forward with safe routes to school. So I'm trying to get an idea of what the consensus is council so we can give that direction to the manager so she can move forward.
Councilmember McCormick. You're recognized.
Thank you. I did go out to see it. And actually I was kind of happy when I got there. We just for the residents watching, we all received a video of how this performed, watching water get spilled on it. And it really was amazing, but it was recently installed and all clean. And when I went over there today before this meeting, I saw that there was an area where someone, a landscaper maybe, had used a leaf blower, and there was a, hopefully not gas powered, Katie, there was a long line of a lot of debris. And it looked like it had been there a little while. So I was anxious to see how that performed, because when we had a town hall discussion that included the engineers from Kimley Horn, who are the people we are using for this project, the engineer really advised us against using this type of product for the project. And the reason why was because there was a maintenance cost associated with it. And he said that, you know, it can get clogged, and sometimes they have to come and literally like suck it out, the debris, the dirt, the sand that can clog it. So I wanted to do a little test of the area with all of these leaves and debris and where it had gotten a little dirty. And because I wasn't really sure exactly the extent of this maintenance. It wasn't made clear to us. And if Jake knows more about that, I'd appreciate him chiming in. I was really impressed with it, even with and I even piled up more leaves and poured from a bucket large quantities, like more than you would ever see rain. I have a video if anyone wants to see it. I could share my screen. But it really, I thought it performed really well. And I would like to hear from Jake what he thinks we'll need to budget going forward in terms of maintenance. Because if it's something we can sustain from a maintenance perspective, I was very impressed with the product.
Sure. I have some thoughts about it. Right. It functions really good. And just to give a little bit of detail on how it's set up, actually what's there is about 12 inch of number 57 stones, a large stone underneath. There's a reservoir, and we have porous concrete top of it, which is about 8 inches. One of the major setbacks in this product is the maintenance. Yes, it gets clogged, and not only have to power wash, you actually have to vacuum it. And just for this section alone, for the Safe Route School portion, I think it's going to cost us about like $30,000 a year maintenance to do a good job. Now, and I was doing some research at some areas. Even though you do good maintenance, at some point it becomes obsolete because it clogs really bad, and all this fine sand goes down to reservoir underneath and makes it like impervious area. And so this is relatively new. I mean, it's past 10 years it's been used. So we don't know, how it functions in 30, 40 years. But in the short term, we know that we're going to have some maintenance issues. Number two is the texture. Texture is not that pretty. It's not a smooth surface. It is, and I'll tell you that it is the smallest stone that we use on the concrete mix. So it's not going to get any smaller. So it has that popcorn texture. So if you were to fall and scratch yourself, it's more dangerous than smooth surface concrete. So aesthetically, it's not as pleasing as regular concrete. And also, I spoke to the contractor. Now, this, if you were to go with the pervious concrete, it's about $120,000 change order the contract. If you were to go and use the color to match the Coral Gables beige or pink that we have, that's additional $30,000 on top of it. So you're looking at about $150,000 addition to this job in terms of cost. Yes.
Thank you. My other question, looking at my notes, I see that the other things that the engineer had cautioned us against doing it was what you just mentioned about the way that it looks, that it clearly is not consistent with the rest of the village. But he also discussed, and maybe you could share a little bit of this, concerns about how high our water table is, and also suggested that given the fact that this is such a small project relative to sidewalks and paved surfaces in the village, that he didn't feel it would actually have that big of an impact. And if you could talk a little bit about, that versus the cost.
Okay. Well, I disagree with a couple of the points that he made at that time. Number one, every little bit helps, right? So the more sustainable we are, and then the more new green infrastructure we introduce is better for us for the future. The water table is high, but it's not really relevant in our case. It is deep enough so that we have the reservoir, but all it does is it slows the peak flow so that you don't overburden the stormwater system. Because the way we have in the village of Key Biscayne is a positive drainage system. We have collection pipes, and we're going to outfall with discharge of the bay. Okay, so we have a certain capacity that we can take. What this system does is not necessarily provides a volumetric storage, more so it does slow the peak flow. So therefore, the groundwater table is not that relevant in our case. And again, and I looked at the numbers, and I'll tell you, we have currently, where's my numbers? I wrote it down here. This project would be about 6% of entire sidewalks that we have in the village of Key Biscayne. It's about 2,100 square yard, but 18.9, but say about 19,000 square feet. And I think we have about like a little over 300,000 square feet total in Key Biscayne. So it's about 6%. That's what it represents. I mean, it's the council's decision. If it's a direction that moving forward, everything we do, we're gonna do a pervious or porous concrete. It may be a good start, but again, my personal opinion, the porous concrete is a good application if you were to do in your driveway or local areas or private areas. I don't see it as a good use or cost-effective use for public use. But again, these are pros and cons.
Thank you, Jake.
Sure.
Councilmember Laredo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, Jay, I try to push back on our drift, and I say we because I do it too, into micromanaging. One of the things I always demand from the manager, and I'm asking you this now, is I need short answers based on your professional experience. All I've heard from you is that on this case, it's not a good use of our money, it's not a good strategy, and therefore you recommend that we do not go this way. Is that a correct yes or no? Or what
yes.
You said?
My opinion is that yes, I wouldn't recommend.
You would not do it. And therefore, I move based on relying on your professional experience that we do not do this.
I'll second that.
It saves us money.
Yeah.
It doesn't solve the problem, and we need to move on and let the professionals.
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? Anybody want to say anything?
I just have one last thing to say. I agree, and I thank Jake for making the stand in his professional opinion. It's very welcome. But given that it's out there, I would suggest that anyone who is thinking of doing any kind of paving on their private property take the opportunity to go look at it. It is really amazing how it works. And we are constantly talking about our need to manage water. So it is an option, I think, for people.
Thank you. All
I
right.
would like to-
Councilmember Petros, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just would like to thank the village for putting that out there too, so that we could kind of come to a really strong and final decision on this. And maybe it's one of the things that we can give credits for in our permitting for driveways and things. It might be something we want to revisit in that arena.
Yeah, we have that coming in the, I think the next meeting when we bring the
zoning code matrix.
Yeah, we put that in our zoning code that's required now.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. All right. Next item.
I move it.
We don't have to move. We're not gonna do anything. There's no action necessary.
No, and the anti-Semitism.
Yeah. I mean, I think I want to come back. I just want to explain the Miami-Dade League of Cities. We've all, given the rise, unfortunately, across this country in anti-Semitism, we just felt it was important to take a stand as a group. And then they asked each of us as individual municipalities to enact resolutions. And, obviously I wanted to bring this back and get your approval before I asked for it to be drafted. And we get this hopefully on the next agenda or the one right after it.
Brilliant.
Anybody object? Okay, boom. My final one is Robert's Rules and Council Decorum. I gave you all this because this is what happened in 2016, 2017. They kind of reiterated our, I want us to be an effective council. And to Councilmember Loreta's point about bringing this before the next council, my thought was, I want those of us who are going to be here, and there will be 4 of us who are going to be here. I want us to sort of, at least four of us here going forward. I want us to set the standard, and I want us to be effective and efficient with our time, our management. And so the thing that I noticed about what we don't have is we allow ourselves a lot of time on these items. And I was going to bring something forth as sort of a limit on us, because under Robert's Rules, there are ways for us to limit our time. So we maybe have 5 minutes per round. If it's an action item, that is, there's a motion on the table, we have 5 minutes per item or per person, per speaker, and you get 2 rounds. And then if people want to go on past that, we need to make a motion to move on to have another round of people speaking about that item. For discussion items, it would be 3 minutes, again, 2 rounds, and then we would have a motion to move that on. And that's really the only item that I thought we hadn't already had covered. I think we've done a pretty good job as a council in the past in bringing things forward, but I thought that might make us more efficient. But I wanted to obviously bring it all to you before I brought it in a resolution for our approval. It would be a standing rule, which per Robert's Rules we can do. We have no standing rule on timing of discussions, and that was just something I thought might be more efficient, which is why I brought it forward.
Well,
Discussion?
Councilmember
Laredo?
Yeah, I am all for a more civil exchange, elected officials. We go through a process of election, and we have to have a clear and ample time to express the concerns of the people who elected us to carry on the mandate. And there is, however, an art about doing that well. We have not done very well. So anything that can correct and all of it, and it has nothing to do with rules. It has a lot to do with not knowing rules and getting excited and doing things that we shouldn't be doing. So I was not trying necessarily to postpone it to the November. I just needed to read everything. It was
okay, again, I would like,
or if you want to bring it back.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do. If that's all right, I'd like to, if it's okay with everybody, we'll have a discussion. And yeah, obviously.
There's one thing I want you to think about, please, and with the attorney, because I do not have an answer. I've struggled to figure out a way to do it within this rules. It is only once I went before the village council many years ago on the entry block. It is a very empty feeling that you take the time to go, you prepare, you speak, and next. And everybody who does that tells me that. Now I know it's for efficiency, but we have to figure out a way to have some little feedback, even a thank you, Again, I don't have a solution, but it is a problem. I lived it. I thought, wait a minute, I was expecting, and
No, and you've brought it up
thank
before.
you.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point, and I think, you know, yeah, obviously we want residents. I mean, I take notes when people speak, and I have reached out to people either during the meeting. But you're right. We'll try and, I mean, I'll brainstorm with Chad, and maybe we can come back with something else on that, and see if there's something we can do.
That's
all right. All right, that was my only point on that. Is everybody okay with me bringing back something next meeting?
I just have a
Councilmember
question.
Petros?
Yes. I'm all for the idea of doing this and holding ourselves more accountable and trying to be more efficient. I struggle with the fact that we keep putting all of these things in writing as resolutions, and I feel like that takes away from efficiency, and that isn't this how you are allowed as mayor to run the meeting? And do we have to take time with the lawyer to write up resolutions in order to force ourselves to abide by them?
It effectuates it, so it's not just me applying something. You know what I mean? Yes, you're right. I do, as the chair of the meeting, have the right to apply these things, but we're a council of 7. And I think in order for us to, I think we make this as a joint decision, and we make it as something we're working together as a team. That's why we do that. You're right. As a chair, I could technically say we're going to have a standing rule on something, but that's not the way I want to work. And I don't think I think we all need to work together. So I don't want to pose just my thoughts on somebody.
Big thing about it. I for the 4 years I've been up here, we've done this a few times, and I feel like it's usually to send a message, and sometimes
it's not at all about messages. I mean, it's a message to me as much as it is to anybody else. I want to be efficient, and I feel like we get too many meetings. We go to 11 o'clock, and it's because we're not getting through things sufficiently, and so that's why I want to do it.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Next item.
Setting a date for a safe ribbon cutting ceremony for Harbor Park. Councilmember Petros.
So a couple of things I'd like to say before we try to come up with a date. I want to remind everybody that the whole push here was to just make this open so that residents could come and use it, and to put grass down and to minimize the cost, because there's another phase, which is getting the public's involvement, asking everyone in the community what would they like to see in this new area that we have, and also combining that with our concerns for climate change, rainwater drainage, and all of that, so that we can hopefully highlight our first resilient park that creates a great space for residents, but also provides a really functional portion of our village initiatives. We did, in the opening of it, the village has put down sort of like a small hedge. I don't know if you guys, when you went to see the pervious concrete, whether you looked at the park. So that planting is literally for safety, and it was meant to be something that could be removed or at least repositioned. And this isn't meant to be like our end product, because I think people could look at it and criticize us, and yet we want people to use it. So let's make sure we are consistent with that message. And then in light of the fact that we have this and we want to celebrate what we've done, do you think it makes sense to have a ribbon cutting at this point, or should we postpone anything? And if we aren't postponing it, how should we do it?
I have an opinion.
Yeah, Councilmember Laredo, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a suggestion or an opinion based on, to some degree, on the reflection on the unfortunate atmosphere we found ourselves beyond my worst fears between the bond election and the 3 council seats. It's so, community so charged up. We're only 21 days away. This vote, as you all know, to acquire this was a very difficult vote for some of us. Some of our supporters did not want to do it. So this is already inherently a controversial decision. I, by nature and by just the protocol of public life, we're 21 days away from an election. We will, no matter who the 3 who come, we will get our act together and we will put all this bitterness behind us and we're going to move forward constructively. I promise you that. But I just want to take everything out. I'm unfortunate resignation of the manager in this period. It's just every day there's a new, you put out a fire and another one comes up. We need peace, tranquility. Let's glide through for 21 days and celebrate with all present, new, and former councilmen election. The message of what we did, the positive things in that difficult decision will get lost in the next 21 days because people are hard no or yes. And so I think for our overall civic culture and returning to our community brilliant island that we created, that we postpone this until we're very prepared, dare I say even emotionally prepared to do it intelligently. Right now it's just everybody's like this. And so I applaud and I want to do a ceremony. And it should include some pre-education to people who understand that we did not waste their money. We made a great investment in their future. And that message is not going to get across.
If you believe that.
Well, I just think, I'm just trying to take off the agenda thing, see if we can survive reasonably till November 3rd and then get back together as a family and move on.
Okay.
So I would be against having one.
No problem. We can postpone it. That's fine by me. I have no objection. Does anybody have an objection to postponing it until after?
Allison wants to talk.
No, I just wanted to say, I think that if we're not even comfortable with COVID safety to have people in their own cars driving by for Halloween, I can't imagine us entertaining some kind of a ceremony together outside.
I hadn't even thought about it. Thank you.
That's fair.
The ribbon is 75 feet, so we thought each of you would have 10 feet space.
Just keep it simple, please.
I think that we can communicate in a positive way that this is available for people to use, and the Public Works has been doing amazing videos and putting things out. They don't have to be high tech. I love the Safe Routes to School that Javier did. So I think we can do it. And then I think, Katie, when you're on the Parks and Open Space Board and things are safe, we can all come together for a real ribbon cutting celebration.
I think it's certainly easy to justify holding off for multiple reasons. One, the fact that it is sort of a temporary phase that it's in, and we have a pandemic and all of those things. So I'm not opposed to that.
All right.
Please.
So let's postpone on that one. And motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right. Everybody have a lovely evening.
What's left of it.